Seeing the confusion in Bei Limo's eyes, Yang Kai said, "Mo Shang is dead." Bei Limo blinked, almost wondering whether she had heard wrongly, as she turned to look at the enormous body nearby. Great demon god is right here. Why is Yang Kai saying that he is dead? However, her expression soon changed drastically as she stared at Wu Kuang intently and said, "You're not Lord Demon God." Although the enormous body belonged to Great Demon God, the aura emitted by this figure was completely different. It did not belong to the Great Demon God. A low chuckle entered her ears. "This king is Wu Kuang." Her pupils immediately contracted to the size of pinpoints at those words. She was horrified. "You possessed him." She was not a fool. On the contrary, she was a demon saint. How rich were her knowledge and her experiences. That was why she immediately thought of the key point when she realized that Wu Kuang's soul was inside the great demon god's body. "More or less," Wu Kuang responded nonchalantly, too lazy to explain further. She took a deep breath in shock. She glanced at Wu Kuang, then glanced at Yang Kai. Afterwards, she glanced at the great emperors surrounding them and could not help feeling lost. Great demon god is dead. Not only is he dead, but his body was also being possessed by this Wu Kuang. Even if she did not dare to believe it, the truth was right in front of her, so she had no choice but to believe. Although she did not participate in the battle, she could tell from the aftermath and the condition of the great emperors that it was extremely brutal. She couldn't believe this was the final outcome of the war. The demon realm had lost and the star boundary had won, but it was a tragic victory. This world was on the verge of falling apart after the battle that had severely damaged its foundation. Even though she was a demon saint, she did not feel much sadness. She had already defected to the star boundary because of the soul imprint, which drew a clean line between her and the other demon saints. Besides, the feeling of being controlled by Great Demon God was terrible. She couldn't help being a little happy that Great Demon God was killed. Yang Kai might be able to control her through the soul imprint, but his control over her was not as thorough as Great Demon God's. "So that's how it is." She gently nodded. "What about the others?" Looking around, she was the only demon saint present. Thus, she couldn't help feeling rather alone. Chang Tian and Ru Meng are fine. The other demon saints are dead. She nodded lightly. This outcome was something she could accept. Smiling, she said sincerely, "Congratulations." Yang Kai snorted with laughter. This battle had been so brutal, what was there to celebrate? He waved her off and said, "There are quite a number of demons left. Go and take care of them." Bailey Mo nodded at his words. Then she turned and flew away. The final battle between the great emperors and the demon saints had been so intense, so how could the other battlefields be any different? In particular, there were many casualties among the half-saints and pseudo-great emperors. After Great Demon God revealed himself, even the half-saints who originally defected to the star boundary had turned their backs on their companions. Now that Great Demon God was dead, however, they were no longer under his control. The remaining demons had long since lost their will to fight back after seeing that the war was lost. At this moment, they were gathered together, their eyes filled with confusion about what was going to happen to them now. Therefore, it was best to leave them to Bailey Mo. The star boundary also suffered great losses. Many of the spirit peaks in High Heaven Palace had been flattened and the once beautiful scenery was a total mess. Between accounting for the casualties and treating the injured, the star boundary was very busy even after the war ended. One day later, Yang Kai was the first to recover and release Chang Tian and Yu Ru Meng from the small sealed world. Yu Ru Meng was perfectly fine, but Chang Tian was in a similar condition to Bei Liemo. Chang Tian's soul had been damaged slightly and it would take a long time for him to heal completely. After this battle, he had obviously aged considerably, even his hair had grown gray. He was not far from his predestined time of death in the first place. If not for that, he would not have tried to take Yang Kai as his adopted son to inherit 100 Spirits continent the moment they met. Now that his soul was damaged, it would be very difficult for Chang Tian to recover. It was most likely that only a few hundred years remained of his lifespan. For an ordinary person, several hundred years represented several lifetimes, but for a master like Chang Tian, several hundred years was but a blink of an eye. Even so, a person like him had long since put aside matters such as life and death. He had lived a long and colorful life, so he was calm even in the face of death. The three demon masters busied themselves corralling the remnants of the demon race. Meanwhile, Xianxia used the power of a great emperor and communicated with the world's will to completely dispel the demon essence from the star boundary. He had done something similar during the war, but Great Demon God had obstructed his progress at the time, so he could not complete the task. Now that Great Demon God was dead and there was nobody to stop him anymore, it was only natural that he put everything in the star boundary back in order. Otherwise, the remaining demon essence would only cause further trouble down the road. The entire star boundary finally saw the light again after a whole day's work, which completely exhausted Xianxia as a result. Unfortunately, the world was still unstable. The sky was filled with countless large void cracks that looked extremely horrifying, and the world principles were in disorder. It was as though the world had lost most of its ability to repair itself. The great emperors who received the recognition of the world felt this extremely clearly, and as a result, they could barely mobilize any world force at the moment. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before the star boundary died. Moreover, it would not take long before that happened. It might range from another 1,000 years to 10,000 years, but the star boundary would eventually follow in the footsteps of the demon realm. When that happened, the star boundary would collapse and cease to exist. Another 3 days later, the rest of the great emperors gradually recovered and regained some of their mobility, and although each of them carried wounds that would require many years of recuperation to heal, these matters could not be rushed. High Heaven Palace was a complete mess. Thus, they temporarily used Xianxia and Yangshui's flowing time temple as the place to hold their meetings. The temple floated midair as the great emperors, the two elders of the dragon clan, and Heaven's Order descendant Zhang Ruoxi gathered inside. All the strongest powerhouses in the star boundary came together to discuss what to do next. Li Wuyi stood below them, reporting on the post-war efforts that had been completed. All the survivors from the star boundary were settled outside High Heaven Palace at the moment. Some were being treated for their wounds while others were cultivating. After having escaped from the jaws of death, they were looking toward the future. The only matter he was having trouble with was how to deal with the survivors of the demon race. It was one thing for the demon race half-saints such as Bai Zhua and Bai Ye. They had been involuntarily subjected to Great Demon God's control, so defecting to the enemy was not their intention and they could not be blamed for their actions. However, the demon race army had killed many among the star boundary in the past. Now that the tides had turned for the demon race, it was difficult to decide whether or not to slaughter these surviving demons. If it was decided to kill the demon race survivors, they would not have any power to resist. Most of the demon saints were dead, and the 3 remaining demon saints had defected to the star boundary years ago. If the great emperors were to take action, the 3 demon saints would not stop them either. The problem was that there were simply too many demon survivors. There were at least millions of them, so who would bear the sin of killing them all in cold blood? If the choice was not to kill the demon race survivors, however, how would they explain their decision to the dead of the star boundary? Unable to make a decision, Li Wuyi brought this matter to the great emperors instead. Inside the temple, the divine sense of the great emperors surged as they communicated soundlessly among themselves. A short while later, Zhan Wuhen said, "The 2 armies were at war under their respective banners and casualties were inevitable. Now that the war is over, we will let them live. However, the star boundary will not take them in. This matter will be handled by Void himself." "Yes," Li Wuyi bowed, feeling relieved. Xianxia had used the sealed world bead to devour the entire demon realm in the past. Besides, one of the regions in the sealed world bead was already being used to contain billions of demons that had until now not been released. Therefore, it was reasonable for him to place a few million war prisoners in the small sealed world. Could be considered a way out. Li Wuyi took his leave and relayed the decision to Yu Rumeng and the others so that they could start making arrangements for the withdrawal. Inside the temple, Zhan Wuhen continued, "Xianxia, we will leave the demon race to you." Xianxia nodded, "Rest assured, I will take care of this matter." Zhan Wuhen said, "The matter regarding the demon race is a trivial one. What we urgently need to deal with is the mess left behind in the star boundary. I'm sure you don't need me to say it, as you probably all sensed it for yourselves during this period. The star boundary will not last much longer. It will fall apart and die sooner or later. We need to find a way for the people of the star boundary to survive. Mo Huang suggested, since Yang Boy could refine a second demon realm, can't he refine a second star boundary? The situation in the demon realm back then was now a precedent to what the star boundary was currently facing. Yang Kai had used the sealed world bead to devour the continents of the demon realm. Consequently, the third region of the sealed world bead could be considered a second demon realm. If they imitated his previous methods and used the sealed world bead to devour and merge the entire star boundary, they could then create a second star boundary. Yang Kai nodded at those words. That is an option, but it's better not to do so unless we have no other choice. Why? Mo Huang was puzzled. The second demon realm might have been formed, but it is confined to the sealed world bead. At the moment, I have not found a way to separate the second demon realm from the small sealed world. I'm afraid there might be unintended consequences if I devour the star boundary in such a situation. Furthermore, the second demon realm gives me the feeling that it is different from the original demon realm, like a newly born world with world principles not yet matured. It might need a long time before it could repair itself and recover to how it used to be, a very long time indeed. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wuhen said, "Let us leave that as our last resort then. If we cannot find a better solution, we can only choose to do that. Sirs, with all due respect, there might be a way to save the star boundary." Zhang Ruoxi spoke up suddenly. Everybody turned to look in her direction with shocked expressions, and Zhang Wuhen asked, "Young lady, do you have a way to rescue the star boundary?" Although she was not a great emperor, she had the strength of a great emperor. What's more, she had inherited the memories and experiences of heaven's order, so she had knowledge of and insight into the mysteries of the outer universe. For her to speak up at this moment could not be for nothing. I do not dare to make any guarantees, but there is a method depicted in my memories. Please speak freely. The situation in the star boundary cannot get any worse. If you truly have a method to save the star boundary, then you will become the savior of this world. Zhang Ruoxi simply smiled. Sir, your words are too much. I was also born and raised in this world, so it is my duty to contribute to the star boundary. Pausing for a moment, she continued, there are two reasons as to why the star boundary is in this condition. The first reason is the impact from the war, while the second reason is that it has lost a large portion of its auspicious spirit essence. The main problem is actually the latter. When a universe world loses its auspicious spirit essence, it loses its vitality. As a result, the world principles fall apart and lose their ability to self-repair. To put it in a different perspective, if we can bring back the vitality of this world by restoring its auspicious spirit essence, it will be able to repair itself once more. No matter how broken the world is, it will be able to recover to its original state. So, the key point lies in what we can do to restore the vitality to this world. Flower Shadow Great Emperor's eyes lit up. Zhang Ruoxi nodded in reply. That's right. After a short pause, she continued, have any of you ever wondered about the demon realm's auspicious spirit essence that Mo Sheng had successfully devoured back then? The demon realm of the time was powerless to fight back against him. In other words, he was successful in his attempt. Therefore, the demon realm situation should be worse than what the star boundary is currently facing. So, why did the demon realm continue to exist? Yang Kai folded his arms in front of him and smiled. Enough with the riddles, get to the point. Zhang Ruoxi stuck her tongue out at him and answered, it's life. Life? He raised his eyebrows at her words. The demon realm's auspicious spirit essence was devoured, but the living creatures in the demon realm weren't exterminated. Where life exists, there is hope. Thus, the vitality and auspicious spirit essence of the demon realm that was lost slowly recovered. The only thing I don't understand is, why did Mo Sheng come to the star boundary when the demon realm still had its auspicious spirit essence? Yang Kai explained, you have never been to the demon realm, so you don't know about its situation. The demon realm had long ago fallen apart due to the battle between Mo Sheng and Flowing Time Great Emperor. The entire universe world was broken into countless fragments. Some of the continents even lost their vitality and were swallowed up by the void. So that's how it is. She immediately understood. That explains why he went around the sun just to reach the moon. Zhang Wuhen looked at Zhang Ruoxi. So what you're saying is that As long as there are enough living creatures in the star boundary, there will be a chance for this world to recover. That should be correct, Zhang Ruoxi nodded. He then turned to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai, if I remember correctly, didn't you accept a lot of people from the star boundary into the sealed world bead? Yang Kai said, I'll handle it right away. He had indeed taken in many people from the star boundary who had nowhere else to go during the war between the two worlds. As a result, the first territory of the small sealed world was currently overcrowded with people. Moreover, he was not the only one who had done so. Many of the army commanders had also sheltered refugees in their world beads. These people were not strong enough to play a role in the war between the two worlds, but they could not be left exposed to the dangers of the demon race either. Therefore, they had been placed in either the sealed world bead or the various world beads Yang Kai had refined and thus safely survived to this day. Nobody could have imagined that their strength would be needed to rebuild the star boundary. I'll go and talk to Wu Kuang. If we need people, then Wu Kuang has as many people as we need. While speaking, Duan Hongchun stood up and strode out. Wu Kuang had used the ancestral domain as a core to refine and integrate all of the lower star fields. Those lower star fields were overflowing with countless living creatures. Now that 9 houses out of 10 in the star boundary were vacant, it was a good opportunity to ask him for some people to replenish the numbers. He would not refuse the request. Zhang Ruoxi followed up, but even though this is a feasible method, it is not something that will take effect in the short term. It might take a very, very long time for results to show. Sirs, you will need to be mentally prepared for that. Zhan Wuhen replied, It doesn't matter how long it takes. It's fine as long as there is hope. Yang Kai got up from his seat. I'm going to settle the placement of the people in the sealed world bead. There is also the matter regarding the demon race that I have to handle, so I will take my leave first. Go on. Zhan Wuhen waved his hand dismissively. Yang Kai vanished from the spot with a flash of his thoughts. By the time he reappeared again, he was standing inside a simple palace. The palace was located 1,000 kilometers away from High Heaven Palace. Yu Rumeng stood beside him while, not far away, the gazes of Chang Tian and Bai Liemo also fixed on him in unison. Husband, Yu Rumeng called out, What did the great emperor say? Yang Kai stroked her hair and smiled, I will be in charge of the matters related to the demon race. She immediately breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing those words. She was also part of the demon race, so although most of the surviving clansmen had been enemies of the star boundary, they were basically just following orders from their superiors and had no freedom to decide for themselves. Now that the star boundary was victorious and the demon realm had suffered a crushing defeat, it was understandable even if the star boundary advocated for the demon race to be exterminated mercilessly. It was just that, as a demon saint, Yu Rumeng would inevitably feel disturbed if that were to happen. Fortunately, the results would not be too pessimistic if this matter was handled by Yang Kai. Sure enough, Yang Kai responded under the watchful eyes of Bai Liemo and Chang Tian. All members of the demon race will be taken into the small sealed world and never be allowed to step into the star boundary again. Chang Tian nodded. That's for the best. Similarly, Bai Liemo exhaled softly in relief. Accompanied by the trio, Yang Kai accepted the surviving demon race army into the small sealed world and placed them in the third region. The army of millions entered the vast third region like a stone that sank into the sea without creating any ripples. Half a day had passed by the time Yang Kai was done with this first matter. Without pausing for a moment, he then traveled all over the star boundary, selected some places that were not too affected by the war, and released the natives of the star boundary taking shelter inside the small sealed world in large batches. He even went so far as to spend his power to create a more suitable environment for the human survivors to live in. It took more than 10 days to complete this effort. In that time, Yang Kai traveled across all 4 territories in the star boundary. Now that he had lit the spark, he wondered how long it would take before a blazing fire arose. Nevertheless, running around for this task made Yang Kai more aware of just how damaged the star boundary had become. The reason why the great emperors and demon saints had agreed not to make a move when the war between the two worlds broke out was that they were afraid the impact of their fight would be too great. They were worried about causing indelible damage to the star boundary. Unfortunately, following the progression of the war and the return of the great demon god, everything spiraled out of control. Most of the auspicious spirit essence in the world had been devoured, the world principles had been broken, and the lands had been torn apart. It looked like the apocalypse had occurred everywhere in the world and all the beautiful sceneries of the past were now gone. The damage from the final battle with the great demon god would not recover for at least tens of thousands of years. Hopefully, the method Zhang Ruoxi suggested would work. It might take a long time, but it was perfectly fine for a universe world to wait that long. More than 10 days later, Xianxia finally returned to High Heaven Palace where he saw Wuquang sitting cross-legged on the ground. Moreover, Wuquang was smiling and waving at him. At this moment, Wuquang still had his several thousand-meter-tall body. He had only just devoured great demon god's soul, so he probably had yet to fully digest everything that he received. Hence, he was powerless to make his body shrink for the time being. Xianxia hesitated for a moment but flew over in the end. Floating in front of Wuquang, he asked, "What is it?" "This king is leaving." Wuquang grinned. "Leaving?" Xianxia frowned. "Where to?" After the question slipped out of his mouth, the realization struck him and he exclaimed, "The outer universe." Wuquang nodded. "Do you know why this king continued to devour power without stopping even though he was already the most powerful in the star boundary back then?" Without waiting for Xianxia to respond, he continued to answer his own question. "It is because Great Emperor is just a title. Because this king can feel that there exists an even higher martial Tao. It was because this king wants to become stronger." Flowing Time was not the only person who realized the mysteries of the outer universe. Xianxia gently nodded in response. Before he became a great emperor, he had thought that it was the highest realm that existed. He believed that it was the pinnacle of the martial Tao. However, now that he stood in this position, Xianxia also knew that what Wuquang and Great Demon God said was true. The so-called Great Emperor was nothing more than a title. It was not a realm in itself. The ones at the highest peak of the Emperor realm and had the qualification to scratch on the surface of the mysteries of the open heaven realm were the pseudo-great emperors. And only a select few from among the pseudo-great emperors would be recognized by the world and gain the qualifications to mobilize world force. Those people were known as the Great Emperors. At this moment, Xianxia, Zhan Wuhen, and the others belonged to this group. On the other hand, Wuquang had single-handedly opened a gap in the door to the open heaven realm tens of thousands of years ago to walk ahead of everyone else. Xianxia even suspected that Flowing Time Great Emperor had reached the open heaven realm. How else could he have destroyed Great Demon God's body back then? In the past, this king was ignorant and clueless about the sky beyond what we know. After learning about all the wondrous things that can be found in the outer universe, how can this king not see them for himself? The star boundary might be big, but it is only a corner of this vast universe. It is too small to hold flood dragons like you and me. Xianxia was flattered by those words and waved his hand repeatedly in embarrassment. "I don't dare to put myself on equal terms with you, senior," Wuquang retorted. "It's not that you don't dare. It's that you find it disdainful." He himself was well aware that his reputation was terrible. Still laughing, he continued, "This king pursues the martial Tao. Secret arts are simply a means. As long as it is useful, who cares what I have to use? The others are blind, a bunch of stubborn old ghosts. This king could care less about them. But you are a little interesting, boy. While your aptitude cannot be said to be the best, you managed to become a great emperor at such a young age. You will most likely be a force to be reckoned with in the future. This king might be slightly more powerful than you now because I devoured Emoshang, but I don't have the confidence to win against you in the future. There are times when even you lack confidence?" Xianxia was surprised. "There are many extraordinary things in the world." Wuquang laughed and pointed a finger at Xianxia. "You are one of them. I will take that as a compliment." Xianxia shrugged nonchalantly, thinking to himself that somebody as arrogant and rebellious as Wuquang might not have praised others before. "I will wait for you in the outer universe. I hope we meet each other again in the future." Saying so, Wuquang stood up, his giant body blocking out the sunlight above Xianxia's head. "Wait!" Xianxia hurriedly raised a hand to stop Wuquang. He looked up at Wuquang and shouted, "What about the lower star fields that you refined? Are you bringing them along with you?" "I don't care about the others, but what about my Hung Luo star field?" Wuquang chuckled. I only refined them to find a way forward. Now that I have found my path, those star fields are useless to me. This king has already handed them over to that old fart Duan Hongqin. You can ask him about it. Good. Yang Kai was relieved. There was no need for him to go and confirm anything with Duan Hongqin, seeing as Wuquang had already said so and clearly disdained to lie to him. Little brat, work hard. Wuquang lowered his head and smiled again. Immediately after that, he took a step forward. His body looked very heavy and clumsy, but he climbed upward as though there were invisible stairs in the sky. It didn't take long for his enormous figure to disappear out of sight. Yang Kai crossed his arms in front of him with a smile on his face, watching Wuquang leave. Is he gone? Duan Hongqin's voice suddenly came from beside Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked to the side and saw all the great emperors, along with the two elders of the Dragon Clan and Zhang Ruoxi standing next to him. Even Xiao Xiao had shown up. It was just that Tai Yu Xiao Xiao was now only knee-high and was currently sitting on Zhang Ruoxi's shoulders. He left. Yang Kai responded as he stretched out a hand to play with Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao immediately crawled along his arm and came to his side. It was hard to imagine that this little one could transform into a giant like Tai Yu and wrestled with the great demon god. In the previous battle, Tai Yu was defeated twice to the point where his body disintegrated. He was in no immediate danger, but like all the other masters, he needed to have a good rest to recover. He sure left in a carefree manner. Duan Hongqin laughed. It's good that he left. Flower Shadow Great Emperor breathed a sigh of relief. While speaking, she secretly snuck a glance at Zhan Wuhen. Zhan Wuhen was staring coldly in the direction that Wuquang left with a trace of murderous intent in his eyes. For great emperors had died at the hands of Wuquang during the battle in the Shattered Star Sea back then, and one of them had been Cyan Lotus Great Emperor, who was a close friend of Zhan Wuhen's. That was why Zhan Wuhen greatly detested Wuquang and hated the heaven-devouring battle law. Nobody among the existing great emperors hated Wuquang more than Zhan Wuhen. If possible, he did not mind fighting Wuquang to death in order to avenge his dead friend. It was just that great demon god had been running wild earlier, so all the forces of the star boundary had banded together like strands of a rope. Zhan Wuhen had no choice but to put aside his personal grudge. What more at this time when the star boundary could no longer withstand any more hardship? Besides, Wuquang had devoured Emoshang, so there was no way for Zhan Wuhen to defeat Wuquang with his current strength. It's good that he left. It's good that he left. Duan Hongqin couldn't help nodding at those words. All those years of sharing one body with Wuquang had been extremely suffocating for him. Now that Wuquang had his own body, it could be said that Duan Hongqin was finally free of Wuquang. The only thing that upset Duan Hongqin was that Wuquang had used his body to cast the heaven-devouring battle law to devour the spiritual essence of great demon god during the last battle. Although that move had brought him a lot of benefits, it also left some residual hidden dangers. It could be said to be both beneficial and harmful. I wonder when we'll meet again. Yang Kai mentioned it casually while playing with Xiao Xiao. Perhaps we might never have the chance to meet again. The universe is so vast. Even if I break free of the shackles of this universe one day and head to the outer universe, what are the chances of meeting each other again? The words had only just left his mouth though when he suddenly furrowed his brow and looked up at the sky. Likewise, the others seemed to sense something at that moment. When they looked up into the sky, they saw a black spot rapidly descending, wrapped in a ferocious aura. The black spot quickly enlarged in their field of vision to become a several thousand-meter-tall giant. Who else could it be but Wuquang, who had just left mere moments ago? Yang Kai placed Xiao Xiao on his shoulders and asked with a laugh, "Why did you return? Did you forget something?" Wuquang's expression was a little strange, but it was more solemn than not as he said, "You'd better come with me. The star boundary may be in big trouble." "What do you mean?" Zhan Wuhen's expression turned grim. "You'll understand when you see it." Wuquang did not say much. Turning around, he flew towards the outer universe again. Everybody looked at each other before quickly communicating with each other via divine sense. Yang Kai shouted, "Let's go!" While speaking, he was the first one to follow after Wuquang. "Be careful of deceit," Zhan Wuhen warned via transmission. He was still unable to trust Wuquang's character, but he nevertheless followed along. A group of more than a dozen figures marched towards the outer universe in a mighty procession. The higher up they went, the stronger an invisible layer of resistance became. It felt as though there was a mountain pressing down on their shoulders to force them back.
It's gotten a lot weaker, Mo Huang couldn't help sighing. Is this also the result of the world principles collapsing? Probably, Zhan Wuhen nodded. The great emperors had traversed the star boundary for so many years, so how could they not have tried to leave and see what the outside world was like?
Not only did they try, but they even attempted it more than once. Therefore, they were more than familiar with this invisible resistance. They would encounter this force every time they tried to leave the star boundary. But it was different this time. The resistance was obviously much weaker than before. This force was none other than the shackles of the universe. Those who were not powerful enough would not be able to break free of these shackles and leap out into the outer universe. All the great emperors had this ability. It was just that they would lose the world's blessing the moment they left the star boundary, so a great emperor would no longer be a great emperor. The world of the outer universe was extremely dangerous, and they would not be able to withstand the resistance force for long before they had to return. Hence, even the great emperors knew nothing about the outer universe before the arrival of Great Demon God.
The entire process took no more than 10 breaths before everybody felt their bodies relaxing and the invisible pressure vanishing. At the same time, their connection with the star boundary became extremely weak. At this moment, a muffled but thunderous sound entered their ears.
Everybody turned pale in unison, and in the next moment, a gust of wind blew towards them. The wind was so strong that even the great emperors could not remain steady. They were blown off balance and staggered around unsteadily. It took quite some time before the wind subsided.
Everybody looked at each other in confusion, not understanding what just happened. Wu Kuang sullenly led the way without explaining anything. A short while later, he suddenly shouted, "Be careful." When his words rang out, an extremely strong suction force came from the front. All the great emperors felt their bodies involuntarily being dragged in that direction. Their expressions became extremely colorful all of a sudden. Although they no longer had the support of the star boundary and could not mobilize world force, their heritage remained.
Just what kind of suction force was it that they could leave them so helpless?
Fortunately, the suction force was similar to the gust of wind just now. It came as quickly and bizarrely as it left, stopping after a short while. Before they could feel relieved, that muffled yet thunderous sound came again. It was immediately followed by another gust of wind.
Yang Kai's expression was a little strange, as he couldn't help feeling that this situation seemed to be rather familiar. "Hehe, we're here." Wu Kuang suddenly gave a chuckle and moved his enormous body aside to reveal the scene in front of him. Everyone was completely stunned by the sight that greeted them, while Yang Kai was absolutely speechless. There was an incomparably large figure lying down in the void in front of them. He looked like a rolling mountain range, and none of them could tell how tall or how long he was. Wu Kuang's several thousand-meter-tall body was even smaller than a child's compared to this figure. It was an extremely terrifying giant. In front of everybody's eyes, the giant inhaled and exhaled. When he exhaled, the astral wind that spewed from his nose and mouth turned into a windstorm that swept across tens of thousands of kilometers of space. When he inhaled, the suction force affected everything within a similar radius. That muffled but thunderous sound turned out to be the sound of the giant snoring. Furthermore, an incredible aura was emanating from the giant's body. It was so powerful that it made the great emperors feel despair. It was also countless times stronger than when Great Demon God was at his peak strength. Even the two elders of the Dragon Clan felt like insects in front of this aura. "What is that?" Flower Shadow Great Emperor could not stop herself from gulping nervously, her pretty face turning pale. She had not felt so powerless even when facing Great Demon God. She knew instinctively that this recumbent giant in front of her could effortlessly crush her with just one finger. Similarly, Zhan Wu Hen's expression was extremely solemn. The expressions of the other great emperors were not much better either. Regardless of what kind of existence this sleeping but terrifying giant was, the star boundary could not withstand any further shocks. He was sleeping so close to the star boundary that they even suspected that the star boundary would be blown apart by his breath if he exhaled slightly more violently than now. Yang Kai was the only one who looked like he did not know whether to laugh or cry. He never imagined that he would see this fellow again so soon. It had not been long since he last met him, not to mention, he recalled that this big guy had sped off into the distance after saying goodbye. But why was this guy still here? Heaven's Order descendant. You should know what he is, right? Wu Kuang turned to look at Zhang Ruoxi with a low chuckle. Upon hearing those words, everybody hurriedly turned to look at Zhang Ruoxi. Zhang Wuhen asked with a frown, "Young Lady Ruoxi, what is this?" Before witnessing this sight with his very own eyes, he would never have thought that such huge creatures existed in this world. A giant spirit god. Zhang Ruoxi replied in a pained voice and smiled bitterly. The star boundary is truly in trouble this time. Why do you say that? Zhang Wuhen frowned as he all but whispered, seemingly fearful of waking the giant spirit god by speaking too loud. Zhang Ruoxi explained, giant spirit gods are a very special race in the outer universe. They are born inherently powerful and unparalleled. They practically stand at the apex of the entire universe. Nobody is their opponent except for a select few equally powerful beings. How does great demon god compare? Zhang Ruoxi smiled bitterly. Even when great demon god was at his peak, this giant spirit god could kill him with a casual flick of his finger. Zhang Wuhen's expression sank at those words. Zhang Ruoxi's information obviously came from Heaven's Order's memories. How could the star boundary fight back if this giant spirit god was so powerful? Just a resurrected great demon god had almost shattered the entire star boundary, and great demon god was not even at his peak at the time. If this giant spirit god was capable of killing great demon god at his peak at will, then this giant spirit god's strength far exceeded the limits of their imagination. Should we take the initiative to attack? Mo Huang was eager to take his chances. The giant in front of them was still asleep. If everybody launched an attack with all their strength right now, they might just stand a chance to win. Absolutely not. Zhang Ruoxi hurriedly stopped Mo Huang. The giant spirit god clan is innately powerful, but they are inherently peaceful, and essentially always avoid conflict with others. Although they are extremely strong, they're quite innocent, almost childlike, to the point that it's like they have slight problems up there. Saying so, she pointed at her head. Why did he come to the star boundary? Zhang Wuhen was puzzled. She replied, the giant spirit god clan does not live in any fixed place. They wander throughout the outer universe all their lives to look for food. I'm afraid he is here in search of food. What do they eat? Dead universe worlds. Dead universe worlds? Zhang Wuhen raised his eyebrows. That's right. They have a very special innate divine ability. They can smell the aura of dying worlds even from extremely far away. Whenever they smell a dying world, they will rush over and wait quietly. They will wait until the world dies to eat the dead world. Upon hearing those words, everybody drew a deep breath of cold air. It was so incomprehensible that they had neither heard of nor dreamed of such a thing before. Just what kind of living creature could feed on a dead universe world? Seeing as this guy is here, does that mean that he smelled a dying aura coming from the star boundary? Everybody was shocked and horrified, but Xianxia recalled something. The last time he met this giant in this vast outer universe, the other party had also been sleeping deeply. As a result, he nearly got sucked into the giant's stomach right after he came out from devouring the demon realm with the sealed world bead. He remembered the depressed look on this giant's face upon seeing that the demon realm was gone. He also remembered how this giant had happily eaten the world beads he provided. Xianxia did not quite understand the reason previously, but the realization immediately struck him after listening to Zhang Ruoxi's explanation. The demon realm had also been on the verge of dying at the time, so this giant must have caught a whiff of some sort of unique scent and rushed over to the vicinity of the demon realm to wait while sleeping. In the end, Xianxia had stolen his food, which was why he looked at where the demon realm was originally located after he woke up and spouted words like, "It's gone." Why is it gone? The reason he left and returned again to stop in the vicinity of the star boundary was that the previous war had caused the star boundary to become unstable. The star boundary was showing signs of collapsing, so this giant was waiting here to feed on the dead star boundary. Based on what you said, doesn't that make this big guy practically invincible? How do we chase him away? Zhang Wuhen's brow furrowed tightly. They had only just been trying to think of a way to rebuild the star boundary, as well as recover its vitality and auspicious spirit essence. But now, there was a giant spirit god eyeing the star boundary hungrily. Anybody would feel uneasy. What if the giant spirit god acted unconventionally and started eating the star boundary the moment he woke up? If that happened, there was nobody in the star boundary who could fight back whatsoever. Zhang Ruoshi shook her head slowly. That's impossible. The giant spirit god is simple-minded. They spend their entire lives chasing after dead universe worlds. Nobody can do anything about that. Then what should we do now?
We can neither win nor chase him away. Are we supposed to just wait for our deaths to come? Mo Huang glared. She replied, for now, all we can do is restore the star boundary's vitality as quickly as possible. As long as the star boundary rejuvenates, this giant spirit god will not make a move. Don't be fooled by his appearance. This race seems to abhor fighting. Of course, that is under the condition that you don't provoke him first. If anybody were to accidentally upset him, the consequences would be extremely dire. Zhang Wuhen pensively asked, how long does this guy usually sleep? Zhang Ruoshi shook her head slowly. There are extremely few members of the giant spirit god clan, making it very rare to encounter them even in the outer universe. My ancestor only caught a glimpse of one from afar during her entire life and did not come into close contact with that individual. But, judging by his enormous figure and mighty strength, it should be normal for him to sleep for several hundreds to thousands of years, possibly even longer. Naturally, there is no saying whether he will wake up suddenly during that time. Several hundreds to thousands of years. Zhang Wuhen nodded lightly. Then we can only do this for now. We must not disturb his sleep. If we do our best to restore the star boundary's vitality before he wakes up, he will discover that the star boundary is brimming with life again and hopefully stop eyeing it. It was just... How much could the star boundary recover in just several hundred years? Based on the terrible state that the star boundary was currently in, it would take at least tens of thousands of years to restore its foundation. Everybody nodded at those words. Faced with such an enormous and terrifying existence, nobody would even think about actively provoking the giant. Rather, they hoped that this giant would sleep until the end of time. There was only one exception. That person flew towards the giant spirit god while Zhang Wuhen was speaking. Everybody turned to look in that direction, wondering what Yang Kai was trying to do, but as he got closer and closer to the giant, their expressions changed greatly and Zhang Wuhen urgently sent a transmission. Yang Kai, what are you doing? Yang Kai waved Zhang Wuhen away. When the giant spirit god breathed in, he took advantage of the powerful airflow to fly directly towards that huge nose. In the next moment, a dragon roar rang out. A golden dragon head flashed and disappeared to reveal a 2,000-meter-tall half-dragon. Yang Kai grabbed hold of a nose hair and swung himself into the fleshy walls of the giant's nose. Under various horrified looks, he raised his fist and punched out with great force. That punch struck the giant spirit god on the nose, but Zhang Wuhen and the others felt as though it was their hearts that had been violently struck. Their complexions paled in unison and their hearts nearly jumped out of their chests. Likewise, Wu Kuang's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets at the sight and he cackled, how bold. With a shift of his body, he swiftly fled and flew 1,000 kilometers away in an instant, intent on watching what was happening from far away. However, he still did not feel very safe and retreated even further away. Following that punch, the giant spirit god's nose twitched several times. Then he sneezed. The violent burst of air sent Yang Kai flying 2,000 kilometers away, tumbling through the air and vanishing out of sight. On the other hand, the giant spirit god did not show any signs of awakening after this punch. He simply rolled over and continued snoring away. A short while later, Yang Kai returned and looked at the giant spirit god while scratching his head puzzledly. That was how I woke this guy up last time. Why isn't it working now? Yang Kai, come back. Zhang Wuhen looked fearful as he called out.
Thank the heavens Yang Kai's punch just now had no effect. Otherwise, none of us would still be alive. He intuitively realized just how terrifyingly powerful the giant spirit god was through that punch just now.
Yang Kai's punch was so powerful that none of them could have taken that blow head-on unprotected. However, the soft and fleshy wall of the giant spirit god's nose was completely unscathed. It was simply difficult to imagine. Senior Iron Blood, please don't worry.
Leave this matter to me. Yang Kai raised his hand. Hardening his resolve, he summoned the Azure Dragon Spear. Zhang Wuhen nearly coughed up blood at the sight and muttered in horror. What does he plan to do? There was no need for anybody to answer his question as in the next moment. Yang Kai gripped the tip of his spear, holding it upside down, and in a great arc, smashed its butt end down on the giant spirit god's bald head with great force. Guang! The sound reverberated through the void, the blow causing a visible bump to form on the giant spirit god's bald head. Immediately after that, the tightly closed eyes slowly cracked open by a small gap as though he was going to wake up. Meanwhile, Yang Kai stood in front of the giant spirit god's face with his spear. He even kept poking the other party's face with the Azure Dragon Spear, while fearlessly shouting, "Wake up! Wake up! Heh 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 heh!" Wu Kuang watched from a distance, subconsciously laughing softly. A voice in his heart kept warning him to escape as soon as possible. The faster the better. Even so, his curiosity made him stay and watch the events unfolding before him. On the other hand, the other great emperors, the two elders of the Dragon Clan, and Zhang Ruoshi had extremely interesting and colorful expressions on their faces that warped constantly. At this moment, nobody knew what to say anymore. Yang Kai was determined to wake the giant spirit god. It was clear that he had a trick up his sleeve, so the others could only watch and see how things would turn out. The giant spirit god finally awoke, his two large eyes emitting a bright light like two small suns that pierced through a person's soul. The look in those eyes was extremely fierce. Furthermore, the flames of his monstrous rage from being woken up from a deep sleep felt like they could burn the universe down. His enormous body slowly got up into a sitting position, and he fixed a sullen gaze on Yang Kai's figure in front of him before grabbing at him. Yang Kai neither dodged nor evaded the hand, and despite being caught in the giant's palm, he was smiling brightly and shouted, "Ada! It's me!" Ada's expression was still a little dazed, like he was not fully awake yet. His large ears twitched slightly at the loud voice. Lifting his hand that was holding Yang Kai to eye level, he carefully studied the creature in his palm. A short while later, a thoughtful look flitted across his eyes. Following that, the corners of his mouth cracked into a grin that revealed a row of pearly white fangs. "Ada knows you." "It's me. It's me." Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. While speaking, he even used the Azure Dragon Spear to tap the back of the giant's hand to remind the giant that the spear was a gift from him. He. "Ada knows you." Ada laughed even more happily. "NN." Yang Kai leapt out of Ada's palm and stood on Ada's wrist. Slinging the Azure Dragon Spear across his shoulders, he looked up and asked, "Why did you return again? Didn't you leave?" Ada seemed stunned for a moment. Then, his expression became gloomy, and he rubbed his stomach with his other hand. "Hungry. Ada is hungry. Did you come here for food?" Yang Kai asked. Ada nodded. "Ada came here for food. Do you want to eat that?" Yang Kai pointed behind him. That was the direction in which the star boundary was located. Even without the giant spirit god clan's innate divine ability, Yang Kai could sense that the world was broken beyond repair and shrouded in a layer of heavy death chi. Ada nodded once more, seeming to be extremely happy. "Ada wants to eat." While speaking, he almost drooled and a loud gulping sound came from his throat. Yang Kai sternly said, "You can't eat that." Ada's eyebrows furrowed slightly, seeming to become annoyed. The giant spirit god clan was indifferent to worldly affairs, thus Ada spent his entire life wandering between the worlds of the outer universe in pursuit of dead universe worlds. Even if his brain was not very sharp, he was unhappy to hear those words coming from Yang Kai suddenly and sullenly replied, "Ada must eat that. You can't eat that. Ada must eat that." He glared. "I said you can't eat that. Ada must eat." Seeing the childish quarrel between Yang Kai and the giant, everybody couldn't help feeling both horrified and amused. Zhang Ruoshi had mentioned earlier that the giant spirit god clan was very simple-minded, but they had not quite understood what her words meant. Now that they observed this giant's behavior, however, they realized what Zhang Ruoshi mentioned was true in a literal sense. The giant was not just simple-minded, he was no different from a child. Hualing Long did not know whether to laugh or cry. Yang Kai knows him? How did they meet?
It was difficult to imagine that Xianxia had the courage to quarrel with such a terrifying existence. What confused her even more was when Xianxia had befriended this giant spirit god. They even seemed to know each other by name. Nobody could answer those questions while Zhang Wuhen suddenly turned to look at Zhang Ruoxi. Should we be nervous? Xianxia seems to know this Ada. So things shouldn't be dangerous, right? Zhang Ruoxi slowly shook her head. It's true that the giant spirit god is simple-minded, like a child, but I'm sure you understand what children are like. A child's mood is difficult to predict. Can change at any time. The expression of the giant spirit god Ade did not change. On the other hand, the expressions on the great emperor's faces changed first. What Zhang Ruoxi mentioned was true. The giant spirit god was as simple-minded as a child, but putting it in another way meant that he was subjected to ever-shifting moods. What if Xianxia upset him by stubbornly quarreling? The consequences would be dire. Even though Zhang Ruoxi was very nervous and uneasy, nobody dared to intervene at this moment. It was best to leave this matter to Xianxia since he was acquainted with Ada. Regardless of the final outcome, the star boundary could only passively endure the consequences. It might cause more trouble if somebody rashly intervened in this matter. I can't get through to you. On the other side, Xianxia was extremely angry after quarreling with Ada for some time. Ada scratched his face and looked away. When he pretended to glance over like nothing had happened, he noticed that Xianxia was glaring at him. Thus, he hurriedly looked away again as though he was feeling guilty. Xianxia was frustrated. Ada, this is my home. If you eat it, I won't have a home anymore. Do you understand? Ada rubbed his belly, hungry. Xianxia was tempted to use his spear to stab the other party to death. He seethed with anger and paced about on Ada's arm. After a while, he stopped abruptly and tilted his head to the side. You won't be hungry anymore if you have something to eat, right? Food. Ada's eyes brightened. He immediately lowered his head and looked at Xianxia hopefully. Wait here. After saying that, Xianxia turned around and flew from whence he came. A short while later, he returned to the others and spoke with a speechless expression. This is troublesome. Zhang Wuhen asked. Where will you find what he wants to eat? They had heard the exchange between Xianxia and Ada, so they understood what Xianxia was planning. It was just that, where were they going to find something like a dead world? It's not hard to find what he wants to eat, but that will only appease him for a short while. I'm afraid there's no way to send this guy away unless we find a way to solve the issue with the star boundary. It's fine even if we can only appease him for a short while. In the worst case, we can figure out a solution later. Xianxia nodded. That's all we can do for now. This big guy is stubborn. While speaking, he turned to look at Duan Hongchen. We can only rely on Senior Bustling World to appease him. Me. Duan Hongchen was shocked. Dead stars. Xianxia explained, the last time I met him, I gave him some world beads to eat and he liked them very much. I refined the world beads from asteroids and dead stars from the lower star field. Since he ate those world beads, he won't turn his nose up at dead stars. Or rather, the dead stars are exactly what he wants to eat. After listening to Xianxia's explanation, realization struck Duan Hongchen and he nodded, give me a moment. At present, all the lower star fields had been refined and merged into one by Wuquang. He originally planned to use this method to open a door into a higher martial Dao, but now that he obtained the great demon god's body, he no longer needed to spend effort on this anymore. He had borrowed Duan Hongchen's body to refine these lower star fields. Therefore, he left the universe world he created by refining these lower star fields to Duan Hongchen. There were countless dead stars in the lower star fields, so it was not difficult for Duan Hongchen to find some. In addition, the loss of these dead stars would not have much of an effect on their respective star fields. It didn't take long for a dozen or so chess piece-like objects to appear in his hand. These objects were refined from the dead stars. Wuquang could turn the starry sky into a chessboard and the stars into chess pieces. Having experienced everything together with Wuquang, it was only natural that Duan Hongchen could do the same. Give me more. Xianxia took the chess pieces. Thus, Duan Hongchen lowered his head and busied himself with his task once more. Another short period passed before Xianxia turned and flew towards Ada. Ada looked at Xianxia expectantly. His expression was full of excitement. Open your mouth, Xianxia instructed after flying over to Ada.
Ada immediately opened his mouth, which looked like an enormous black void. Zhan Wuhen and the others felt scared just looking at that sight. Yang Kai lifted his hand and tossed a chess piece into Ada's mouth. Ada's eyes suddenly brightened. There were loud crunching sounds as he chewed with an enraptured expression. Even his shining bald head seemed to shine even brighter. A short while later, Ada swallowed the dead star with a look that seemed to say he was craving for more. How could Yang Kai not know what Ada wanted? He immediately tossed out another chess piece. Inside the void, the enormous giant spirit god voraciously ate up dead star after dead star, the sounds he made while eating terrifying the great emperors. As time passed, the chess pieces in Yang Kai's hand were reduced, piece by piece. It wasn't until he felt that the time was right that he spoke up. Ada, we are friends, right? Friends. Ada was taken aback and blinked at Yang Kai blankly. It was clear that he did not quite understand the word. You ate my food. That means you are my friend now, Yang Kai said enticingly. Then he lifted the azure dragon spear. You gave me this spear, so I am your friend too. Ada seriously considered those words for a while before breaking into a huge smile. Friends and friends. Yang Kai took advantage of the situation and threw another chess piece into Ada's mouth. He nodded and said, Since we are friends, then this will be easy. Look over there. He pointed in the direction of the star boundary. That's my home. You are my friend. That means it is also your home. A home is a place where you go back to rest when you're tired from being outside. If I don't have a home, I won't have a place to stay anymore. So you cannot eat that place. Do you understand? Ada shook his head so hard he resembled a rattle. Yang Kai gritted his teeth. It doesn't matter even if you don't understand. In any case, you have to remember this. That is not food. That is very important to both you and me. So, you need to protect it. Seeing that Ada was about to shake his head again, Yang Kai flew into a rage. Do you still want to eat? The enormous figure immediately stiffened in place before Ada blurted out, Yes, that's right. In the future, I will bring you food if you want to eat something, so you cannot eat that place. Yang Kai lifted the chess piece in his hand and dangled it in front of Ada. All the while, he continued to persuade Ada. Do you remember it now? Ada's eyes followed the chess piece and he nodded heavily. I remember. Only then did Yang Kai nod in satisfaction. Good boy. He tossed out the last chess piece in his hand and dusted off his hands. There's no more left. Ada immediately looked disappointed and reached out and rubbed his belly. It was obvious that he had not had enough. Take a rest for now. I will bring more delicious foods for you another day. Okay. Ada smacked his lips. Surprisingly, he was very obedient and immediately lay down, snoring almost as soon as he closed his eyes. Yang Kai flew back, drenched in a cold sweat. He soon met up with the rest and they hurriedly dropped towards the star boundary without further ado. After a while, everybody returned to the Flowing Time Temple. They stood in front of the temple and looked up into the sky. Everything still felt a little unreal. If they had not witnessed what happened with their own eyes, they would not have believed that there was an incomparably large behemoth lying in the void of the outer universe, just waiting for the star boundary's vitality to be extinguished so that he could devour it whole. Yang Kai sighed. I managed to appease him for now, but what do we do in the future? We need to come up with an idea as soon as possible. Wondrous Pill Great Emperor frowned. This old master noticed that Ada behaves like a child. Although you managed to calm him down for now and made him promise, it's hard to say whether he will go back on his word in the future. Yang Kai replied, That's what worries me the most. There's nothing we can do to him even if he regrets making the promise. But since he behaves like a child, then we should teach him so that he knows that the star boundary cannot be eaten. We might be able to avert this disaster. How do we teach him? Serene Soul Great Emperor asked. Yang Kai smiled. He likes to eat. In that case, we'll feed him and teach him while feeding him, just like what I did now. If we repeat it a few more times, he will probably remember it. Zhan Wuhen quickly said, but we are placing our hopes upon somebody else with this method. Although it can be considered a strategy, it is not a long-term solution. It's best if we can restore the star boundary's vitality as soon as possible. Young Lady Ruo, she also mentioned that the giant spirit god clan is only interested in dead universe worlds. The reason this Ada came over was that he smelled the destruction of the star boundary. He will naturally take his leave if we can manage to bring the star boundary back to life. Mo Huang laughed. The matter of the star boundary recovering its vitality is not something that will occur immediately. Although the living creatures in the star boundary have been replenished greatly, the perfection and self-repair of the world principles will still need time. Besides, only time would tell whether our efforts are successful. Everybody was discussing this matter when a voice descended from the sky. The giant spirit god clan feeds on dead worlds, so there should be nobody more knowledgeable than them about the life and death of worlds.
If you want the star boundary to recover quickly, why don't you go and ask the big stupid guy directly?
He might know something. Yang Kai looked up into the sky. Wu Kuang, didn't you leave? Wu Kuang smiled. I was just about to leave. I hope we meet again in the future. While speaking, his powerful aura rapidly faded into the distance. It would seem that he really left this time. The biggest scourge of the star boundary had just left, but a bigger uninvited guest had arrived. Nevertheless, what Wu Kuang said before he left had given them a wake-up call. Yang Kai turned to look at Zhang Ruoxi. Ruoxi, do you know any methods to quickly restore the vitality of the star boundary? Zhang Ruoxi shook her head with a bitter smile. I would have told you if I knew, sir.
But what Wu Kuang said just now is worth a try. I'll go and ask right now. He stood up while saying that. Zhan Wuhen raised a hand to stop Yang Kai. There's no hurry. That big fellow has just gone to sleep. It will be bad if he gets mad because you disturbed him again.
Let's wait for a bit first. Besides, we still have many things to do in the star boundary. He turned to look at Duan Hongchun. Old Duan, please transfer some of the living creatures in the lower star fields out for now. We will work together to fill up all the still inhabitable parts of the star boundary. Then he turned to Yang Kai. Yang Kai, I will leave the space arrays and the like to you. The star boundary's foundation has been severely damaged, so we will need to rely on the surviving people if we want to quickly restore its vitality. Communication between them is extremely necessary.
If they have enough space arrays to support them, I believe the star boundary will also recover a little faster. Yang Kai nodded. That's not a problem. He was the Void Great Emperor.
Even if the universe world of the star boundary was unstable, he only needed a flash of his thoughts to arrive anywhere. If he were to set up a space array on top of that, he could easily connect the entire star boundary in a short time with his strength alone.
At that time, all the people living in the star boundary would be able to travel around quickly. Nearly 2 months of busy work went by before some slight progress had been made. Practically all the forces in the star boundary came out to help.
Even the great emperors were not idle during this period. Duan Hongchun had transferred countless living creatures from the lower star fields to the 4 territories of the star boundary. At present, all the inhabitable areas in the star boundary had been filled with life.
Yang Kai also set up space arrays at all the places where living creatures were gathered. In addition, the 55 star boundary armies had been dissolved, with their members free to choose a new place to settle down according to the origins of their sects and clans.
Yang Kai used a secret technique to rebuild the landscape of High Heaven Palace, and although he managed to restore up to 70 or 80% of High Heaven Palace's original appearance, it was still far from how it was like in the past. Unfortunately, it was not something that would take effect in a short time. Like the star boundary's recovery, the effects would be accumulated over a long period of time. Lan soon returned to the Southern Territory with the remaining survivors of Star Soul Palace and set about its revival.
When they were about to part ways, she came to pay a special visit to express her gratitude. Xiaochen came with her as well, looking ashamed of himself. He had been bewitched by Great Demon God earlier, and during a critical moment in the final battle, he had launched a sneak attack on Yang Kai together with Li Shiqing. He almost caused an irreparable mistake and was injured by Yang Kai in the end.
Although it was not his original intention to carry out the sneak attack, he would not have been eroded by the demon spirit if his heart had not been swayed. After that experience, Xiao Chun seemed to have become a lot more mature. He had lost his former fastidious but arrogant manner. It was as though he had lost some of his edges. It was hard to say whether it was a blessing or a curse. He had yet to heal from his injuries, but those injuries did not leave any hidden dangers behind, so there would be a day when he recovered fully as long as he took a good rest in the future. Army after army and batch after batch of people left High Heaven Palace to scatter across the star boundary. 2 months later, only the original disciples remained in High Heaven Palace.
After experiencing such a disaster, less than 60,000 remained of the more than 100,000 disciples of High Heaven Palace.
That was also only because Xianxia placed many of them into the small sealed world in advance to avoid the catastrophe, since most of the disciples in High Heaven Palace had only cultivated for a short time and were lacking in strength. If High Heaven Palace was in such a situation, it was easy to understand how the other sects were faring. Saying that 9 houses out of 10 in the star boundary were empty was not an exaggeration. It was the actual situation.
For the people who survived the infernal ordeal of war, the tranquility after the war felt extremely surreal. Be that as it may, they cherished the current stability even more. The enormous giant spirit god ate noisily in the void. Xianxia turned into his large dragon form and sat cross-legged in front of the giant. Picking up a huge wineskin, he guzzled down the contents. The sweet smell of alcohol permeated the air.
After drinking for some time, he turned to look at Ada and blew out a breath of air that smelled strongly of wine. The smell of alcohol made Ada frown. The giant spirit god did not seem to eat anything else other than dead worlds and natural products. Xianxia had tried to cajole him into drinking some wine before, but he staunchly refused the offer. He also seemed to be highly repulsed by the aroma of wine. Ada, do you have a better solution for the situation regarding my home? This was the 3rd time Xianxia came to chat with Ada. The first time, Ada had not responded at all. The second time, he seemed to understand what Xianxia was asking but did not give an answer, only saying that he would think about it. Thus, this was the 3rd time. When Ada heard the question, he laughed and continued to chew nonstop. Don't just eat. Come on. You have to help me think of a solution. Xianxia stared at Ada speechlessly. Hee. The corners of Xianxia's mouth twitched slightly, and he couldn't help cursing for a moment. Then, he laughed again. It's rare to be as carefree as you are every single day. Tell me, do you have any siblings? Ruashi mentioned that the giant spirit god is a race. If you are a race, you can't be the only member, right? Ada blinked. Raising his mountain-like fingers, he frowned deeply and used his fingers to count something with a serious look on his face. It was just that he could not come up with an answer despite counting for a long time. Likewise, Xianxia could not figure out the answer to his question either. He pressed his hand against his forehead in frustration. Forget it. Forget it. You can take your time counting and thinking of an answer. Why don't you tell me when I visit you again next time? While speaking, he stood up, looked in the direction of the star boundary, and grinned. There's a joyous event waiting for me there. It's not good for me to be late, so I'll be going now. Bye. After saying that, he headed towards the star boundary with large strides. World Tree. A thunderous voice spoke like a whisper suddenly came from behind. Xianxia abruptly stopped in his tracks and turned back to look at Ada. What did you say? However, Xianxia was greeted by the sight of Ada frowning so deeply that his eyebrows formed 3 deep canyons. Ada was still vigorously counting with his fingers. How could he have spoken just then? Xianxia almost thought that he had been hallucinating. Be that as it may, that voice definitely belonged to Ada. He could not be mistaken about that. Scrutinizing the other party for a bit, Xianxia gave up on the idea of getting to the bottom of this matter. Instead, he silently made a mental note of the words World Tree before he turned around, waved goodbye, and continued forward. Azure Sun Temple in the Southern Territory. Similar to High Heaven Palace, Azure Sun Temple was in ruins. This place had also once been a battlefield. The demon race army had invaded, the spirit peaks had collapsed, and demon essence had corrupted it. Nevertheless, the situation here was much better than the situation at High Heaven Palace. The vicinity of High Heaven Palace had been the place where the final battle had taken place after all. The terrifying fallout that swept across that land had caused the surrounding 10,000 kilometers to become empty, unstable, and covered in cracks. In comparison, the overall landscape of this place had been preserved even though it might be slightly run down. After being fixed by bustling world great emperor himself, Azure Sun Temple could be said to have been completely restored. The only difference was that the world energy was not as rich as it was originally. There was no helping this. Most of the world's auspicious spirit essence was gone. so it was only natural that the world energy would be greatly affected as a result. These effects would not return to normal until the auspicious spirit essence was replenished.
At this moment, brightly lit lanterns and decorations adorned the entire Azure Sun Temple. The sounds of beating gongs and drums mixed together, making the entire atmosphere extremely lively. All the spirit peaks were also decorated in bright red festive colors. There was no helping it.
Today was the wedding day of Azure Sun Temple's temple master, Wen Zishan. Prior to the Two Worlds Great War, Wen Zishan had been the temple master of Azure Sun Temple in the Southern Territory. He was a respected and powerful individual who had friends all over the world.
After the war between the two worlds broke out, he had taken up the post of army commander and made even more friends during that period. In addition, this auspicious event was the first joyous celebration to take place in the star boundary after the war. Azure Sun Temple was filled with guests as practically anybody who was somebody in the star boundary had shown up. There were no exceptions. Even most of the great emperors were present. The star boundary currently needed such an auspicious event to inspire the people. This joyous event was needed to wash away the painful past of this war-torn world. Therefore, when Zishan's wedding today was being celebrated in full swing across the entire star boundary, could be said to be the star boundary's largest event in history. When Xianxia rushed over to Azure Sun Temple, the disciples of the temple were busy working outside the mountain gate of the sect to greet and usher their guests inside without pause. They guided the guests into the temple one by one and settled them into a suitable seat to wait for the banquet to begin. Xianxia instantly felt the auras of several great emperors up above. They were hiding behind a certain mountain peak, and after glancing in that direction, he clearly felt their gazes on him. Zhan Wuhen's question immediately sounded in his ears. How is it?
Did you manage to learn anything? World Tree. I don't know anything else, Xianxia replied. World Tree. Inside the hall on the mountain peak, Zhan Wuhen frowned with a pensive expression. He turned to look to his left and right. Unfortunately, both Duan Hongchan and Mo Huang shook their heads slowly to indicate that they had never heard of it. I'll go back and ask Ruoshi later. She might know something, Xianxia replied via voice transmission. Zhan Wuhen nodded. That's all we can do anyway. Be that as it may, Xianxia's attempt this time was still better than the last two attempts. He had asked the same question the past two times only to return empty-handed.
At least, he learned about the World Tree this time. This item might just be the key item to restoring the star boundary to normal. It was just that. Judging by the name, it appeared to be a tree.
Where would he find it? After a brief exchange with Zhan Wuhen, Xianxia did not enter through the main gate. With his current status, going through the gate would only cause some unnecessary commotion. Besides, Azure Sun Temple was practically his second home. There was no need to inform anybody about his return home. Turning to look to the side, he saw a spirit peak surrounded by a purple aura. Purple bamboo grew all over the mountain, and the huge bamboo forests were dressed with bright red satin. Brightly lit red lanterns hung from the eaves of the front door in a continuous line. The ground was covered with red carpet. Many people hustled and bustled about, going in and out in droves. It was Purple Bamboo Peak, Gao Shueting's spirit peak. With a flicker of his body, Xianxia entered the spirit peak directly and came to stand in front of a certain building.
Smiling slightly, he cupped his fists and greeted, "Senior Sister Gao, junior brother is here to congratulate you." The noise inside the building subsided all of a sudden, and the entire place fell silent.
Even the family members on the bride's side who were hurrying about with their tasks abruptly stopped in their tracks and looked over in unison. In the next moment, a group of flirtatious and alluring women rushed out of the building. Some Xianxia knew, some he had never met before. However, they all gave an elegant bow and greeted him at the same time. "Greetings, Senior Void." Xianxia nodded, stretched out his hand, and lifted his hand slightly. A gentle force spread out, helping everyone lift their heads. Then he strode forward to enter the building. "What are you doing?" A beautiful figure immediately came to block his way. Yu Rumeng's eyes were blazing with fury as she looked him up and down with a look of vigilance. "I'm here to give a wedding gift." He blinked. "Why are you stopping me, Rumeng?" She sneered. "Can you use your brains a little? Even I, who was born in the demon realm, Know that the bride cannot meet any male guests before the wedding ceremony. What are you trying to do here? Yang Kai smilingly replied, but I'm part of the bride's family. Can't I come to give my wedding gifts and send her off? No, of course not. She pressed her hand against his chest to stop him. Yang Kai was not deterred, however, and argued, you are a female demon saint. Why are you being so particular?
Move aside, move aside. I haven't seen how the bride looks in her wedding dress yet. That's why I came here to see her. Yuru Meng was steadfast though and refused to budge. You can see it during their wedding ceremony. Not now. While speaking, she summoned Su Yan and the others. Su Yan, Luo'er, and all the others came the moment they were called. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai was surrounded by several of his wives. Su Yan spoke up immediately, husband, senior sister Gao will not see you at this time. If you have any gifts, brother-in-law can convey them on your behalf. You're rebelling against me. He laughed. Shanqing Luo said, it's not that easy to see how the bride looks in her wedding dress. When we return though, we sisters can dress up and show you one by one. I just wonder if you have this interest, husband. Xianing Chong and Shui Yu's eyes lit up with anticipation at those words. Yang Kai touched his nose. If I think about it carefully, I should be part of the groom's family today. I should probably go to Temple Master Wen's side instead. After saying that, he turned to leave. Yuru Meng grabbed him by the shoulder, however, and demanded, you can leave, but the wedding gifts stay. He abruptly turned to look at her. Whose side are you on? She sneered. Today, we sisters are on the bride's side. Speechless, Yang Kai could only leave the wedding gifts that he prepared beforehand behind. Only then could he make his escape. Since he could not meet the bride, his only other option was to go and visit the groom. The groom was on another spirit peak not far away, so he arrived in just a few steps. A few disciples of the temple like Xiaxiang and Xiao Baiyi were waiting outside the room. When Zishan was the only person inside the room, everybody was about to greet Yang Kai with a bow. But he raised a hand to stop them before pushing the door open and entering to see Wen Zishan sitting primly inside. Wen Zishan was wearing an auspicious bright red robe with a huge red sash across his chest. He looked pensive and sighed constantly, seeming to be very apprehensive and nervous. When he lifted his head and saw Yang Kai, he immediately got to his feet. You're here, Senior Void. Yang Kai walked over to Wen Zishan, pressed the latter back into his chair, and sat down together. He studied the other party with interest before asking, Temple Master 1, are you not happy? Wen Zishan frowned slightly and replied with a strange expression, I'm quite happy. In that case, do you not like her? Yang Kai pressed further. Wen Zishan shook his head. We've been together for so many years. How can I not like her? If you are happy and you like her, then why do you look so sad and uneasy, Temple Master? Hey! He sighed, his aged face flushing slightly. I raised her after all. I have no idea if doing this is a good thing or a bad thing for her. Yang Kai laughed. I went to Purple Bamboo Peak just now. When Zishan looked over nervously, how is the situation over there? Yang Kai scratched his nose. I didn't get to meet Senior Sister Gao. I was stopped by my wives who claimed that the bride cannot meet any male guests before the wedding ceremony. Ha ha ha. When Zishan laughed heartily in response. He could almost imagine the scene at the time. Yang Kai continued, although I didn't get to meet Senior Sister Gao, I could sense that she was very happy and was looking forward to this very much. That's why you shouldn't look so down, Temple Master. She would be hurt if she knew. When Zishan grumbled, but I'm worried. Getting along is not the same as living well as husband and wife. What if she discovers that this one is not that great after all? Will she hate me? A sudden look of realization flashed across Yang Kai's eyes. I see. You're actually worried about dragging her down for the rest of her life. It's not about losing your freedom. He chuckled. You've known each other for so long and she knows better than anyone else just what is good about you and what is bad about you. If she were to dislike you, she would have disliked you a long time ago. Why would she be so happy today? That is theoretically true. When Zishan nodded but still looked unsure. Besides, the star boundary would no longer exist if Mo Sheng's plans had been successful. You and I both would have lost our lives in battle. Danger always comes unexpectedly. The star boundary is at peace again for the moment, but who knows what the future will bring? Who can say that the star boundary won't be ravaged again tomorrow? If that were to happen,
You will have so many regrets because of all your unfinished business. When Zishan chuckled, are you saying we should enjoy life to the fullest? Yang Kai shrugged nonchalantly. Why not? When Zishan let out a long sigh,
It's enough as long as she doesn't hate me. At this moment, Xiaxing's voice came from outside the door. Temple Master, the auspicious hour has arrived. We have to go and pick up the bride now. Good, when Zishan replied.
Yang Kai reached over, picked up the bottle of wine on the table, and poured 2 glasses. He took 1 glass and handed the other to Wen Zishan. Temple Master, I'm afraid I won't be able to attend the banquet later. Allow me to present to you my well wishes now. I hope that you will have a loving and harmonious life together. His current status made things a bit difficult after all. Yang Kai wanted very much to join in the festivities, but the joyous celebration would become very reserved and formal if he really were to attend in person.
Therefore, he might as well not attend. He had already delivered the wedding gifts to Gao Shueting and met with Wen Zishan. That was enough.
When Zishan drained the glass in 1 gulp and slammed the cup down on the table heavily before firmly declaring, I'm going. Turning around, he marched off resolutely, as if even 1,000 soldiers could not block his way. The welcoming procession to pick the bride up was very lively and large and headed towards Purple Bamboo Peak with great fanfare. Meanwhile, Yang Kai flew up into the sky. Duan Hongchun, Zhan Wuhen, Mo Huang, and Hua Linglong were hiding and watching the procession below.
Yang Kai glanced around and asked, where are the others? They're recuperating, Duan Hongchun replied. Although the Star Boundary ultimately won in the war against Great Demon God, almost all of its most powerful masters had suffered severe injuries. What's more, they had been busy stabilizing the situation in the Star Boundary after the war. Hence, it wasn't until recently that they had the time to return to their respective residences to treat their wounds.
They did not know how long would pass before they healed and could come out of retreat again. Duan Hongchun and the others were also injured and would probably enter retreat after the auspicious event today. Thus, it was conceivable that the Star Boundary would be without any great emperors for the next few hundred to 1,000 years.
Even though those great emperors did not come, their congratulatory gifts arrived without fail. Wen Zishan might not command such great respect, but Duan Hongchun did. Gao Shueting was raised by Wen Zishan while Wen Zishan was raised by Duan Hongchun. The relationship between them was akin to father and son. Zhan Wuhen said, Yang Kai, I'm afraid the Star Boundary will be in your care after today. Among all the great emperors and those on the level of great emperors, only Yang Kai was in good shape. There was no helping it as he had refined the Immortal Tree. Even though he had also been severely injured in battle against Great Demon God, those injuries were nothing in the face of the healing abilities of the Immortal Tree's essence. Therefore, his injuries had healed completely over the past few months. Nevertheless, Yang Kai could clearly perceive that he did not gain an immortal and indestructible body after refining the Immortal Tree. The legends surrounding the Immortal Tree were probably highly exaggerated. If his physical body had been smashed to pieces again, he had the feeling that he would have died for real. In other words, the essence of the Immortal Tree was limited. It was impossible to protect him infinitely. You may all rest easy. Duan Hongchun sighed heavily as he gazed sadly at the welcoming processing heading towards the bride below. Yang Kai was astonished. What's wrong, senior bustling world? Duan Hongchun sorrowfully replied. If I had known earlier, I would have taken in a little girl and raised her too. Yang Kai was instantly rendered speechless. It was extremely festive on Purple Bamboo Peak. The welcoming procession surmounted all the obstacles in their way and finally welcomed the bride after much effort. After ushering the bride into the bridal sedan, they headed back towards the main hall of Azure Sun Temple with even greater fanfare. Upon seeing that, Duan Hongchun tidied his clothes and said, This old master is off. Wen Zishan was getting married today, so it was only natural for him to pay his respects to his parent figure, Duan Hongchun. For that reason, Duan Hongchun had specially dressed up for the occasion. Compared to his usual sloppy attire, he looked like a different person altogether. After saying that, he transformed into a rainbow and quickly flew downward. Zhan Wuhen said, Yang Kai, the rest of us will be heading back first. We will be leaving the Star Boundary in your hands. Don't hesitate to come to us if you need our help. Yang Kai cupped his fists and replied solemnly,
Until we meet again. Following that, the other great emperors vanished out of sight with a flurry of bodies. On the other hand, several figures were rushing over from below. Yang Kai looked at them and immediately broke into a smile. They were none other than his lovely wives. Yu Rumeng was in the lead, followed by Zhu Qing, Su Yan, and the others. All of them were here today and exchanged a glance without speaking before looking down together. At this moment, the welcoming procession had just ushered the bride into the main hall and Li Wuyi's voice rang out. The master of ceremonies for today's wedding was none other than the strongest master beneath the great emperors. He was also dressed in bright red and looked very festive. First bow to the heavens. Second bow to the parents. Third bow to each other. After tying the knot, they entered the bridal chambers. When the ceremony ended, the entire Azure Sun Temple seemed to boil with excitement. The banquet began and many guests began toasting to each other while exchanging pleasantries. Yang Kai suddenly heard somebody crying next to him. He turned and looked sideways only to see Shanqing Luo sobbing softly with reddened eyes. Moreover, she was looking at him while crying. There was a different kind of emotion in the beautiful and clear eyes of the beguiling demon queen today. Needless to say, Yang Kai was shocked, and just as he was about to question Shanqing Luo, he realized that all the women around him were looking at him in the same manner as her. Even Xia Ningchang pursed her lips lightly with an expectant look. He immediately understood what was going on. Stretching his arms out to them, he pulled them into his embrace. "Why don't we get married too?" The moment the words left his mouth, a yearning look appeared in the women's eyes. They had been living together all this while without feeling the need for a marriage ceremony. However, they couldn't help yearning for it when they saw somebody else performing the actual ceremony. Despite longing for a marriage ceremony herself, Yu Rumeng snorted at his words and declared, "Impossible." Yang Kai was taken aback. "Rumeng, don't you want to marry me?" She looked at him coldly. "Of course we sisters are willing to marry you. But have you thought about what would happen to the others?" "Others? What others?" He was puzzled. Su Yan quietly said, "Senior sister Ji Yao." Yang Kai immediately flushed red. Shanqing Luo glanced sideways and added, "That little girl Mo Xiaoqi." He coughed lightly. "Sister Ruoxi." Yang Kai scratched his head in embarrassment. Yu Rumeng poked him in the chest with a slender jade finger. "Yang Kai, aren't you quite impressive?" He stepped back repeatedly as she poked him over and over again. Then he gave a dry laugh. "It's one thing to mention Ji Yao, but there's nothing going on between me and Xiaoqi or Ruoxi." "Fine. Then we'll only talk about Ji Yao." She sneered softly. "If you married only us, won't Ji Yao be heartbroken? Do you have the confidence to convince her to join us?" Yang Kai considered the question seriously and found that he was not sure if he could. His relationship with Ji Yao had always been rather secretive and discreet. What's more, Ji Yao had never asked him for anything before. Su Yan said, "We'll wait until you manage to persuade senior sister Ji Yao, husband. We can hold a wedding after that. You might have to wait for a very long time." To which she smiled, "It has been so many years already. It doesn't make a difference anymore." Yang Kai sighed. "My life is complete with all of you." His words that came from the heart could melt even the hardest ice in the world, and all the women's expressions became tender and loving. However, Yu Rumeng was resentful and snorted, "Have some respect for yourselves. At least stand your ground a little. Don't be swayed by his words." "Ugh! You bastard!" Inside one of the rooms on High Heaven Peak in High Heaven Palace sprawled several bodies on a large bed. Yang Kai extracted himself from the tangle of limbs with some difficulty. Putting on some clothes, he walked over to the window and opened it so that fresh air blew across his face. It had rained last night, so High Heaven Peak was shrouded in fog, making it hard to make out the buildings in the distance. The sound of footsteps came from behind him. Then a warm and tender body pressed against him. Su Yan wrapped her arms around his waist and asked softly, "How long will you be in retreat this time?" "It shouldn't take long, but I'm afraid I'll have to leave the day I exit." Her body trembled slightly at his words. "Don't worry. I'll definitely come back." He turned around and pulled her into his arms. We will be waiting." She nodded. "I really don't want to go." He kissed her on the forehead. They had many partings throughout their lifetime, but few reunions in comparison.
He originally thought that they could finally settle down together without needing to run around again, but who would have thought that the situation would repeat itself once more? Unfortunately, he had no choice but to do so for the star boundary's sake. After returning to High Heaven Palace from Azure Sun Temple, he had asked Zhang Ruoxi about the World Tree. However, Zhang Ruoxi had never heard of it before. Although she inherited a lot of her ancestors' memories, they were merely an inheritance and the memories were not comprehensive. Heaven's Order might have known about the World Tree, but the memories Zhang Ruoxi received were fragmented. She did not know anything about the World Tree. Even so, she managed to point him in a direction despite not knowing anything. There were enormous great forces in the outer universe that controlled places known as star cities. As long as one had enough resources, one could buy anything in such a place. It might be possible to buy information regarding the World Tree in a star city. At this moment, the star boundary was nearly broken beyond repair. Although they relocated countless living creatures out from the lower star fields to restore the vitality and nurture the auspicious spirit essence of the star boundary, nobody could say for sure whether this method would be effective. Even if it was effective, it might take tens of thousands of years to produce results. The giant spirit god Ada was eyeing the star boundary hungrily and could turn it into his meal at any time. Xianxia did not dare to guarantee that the giant would be absolutely obedient. That was why he had to think of another method to restore the star boundary's vitality as soon as possible, in addition to allowing it to simply self-repair. The World Tree was the only clue he currently had. Aside from that, he himself also wanted to break free from the shackles of this universe world and have a look at the outside world. An injured great demon god had all but annihilated the entire star boundary, so how would the star boundary resist if another powerful figure like great demon god appeared again? The only way was to become stronger, otherwise, was he supposed to hope that those powerful existences would never come to the star boundary? That was unrealistic. There was an even higher martial Tao and an even stronger power in the outer universe. Regardless of whether it was by his own will or being forced by the circumstances, it was a given to leave the star boundary and head towards a wider world. Since he had made up his mind, then there was no need for hesitation. In any case, he still had to do the things that needed to be done. Therefore, his top priority was to enter retreat to digest the benefits he gained during the last battle. Xianxia's current cultivation had reached the limits of the Emperor realm. In addition, he received the support of a universe world like the star boundary and became a great emperor. It was just that the truth was just as great demon god had mentioned. Great Emperor was not the highest cultivation realm. The realm above the Emperor realm was the open heaven realm. Breaking free of the shackles of the inner universe, splitting heaven and earth apart and transforming one's own body into an independent world, that was what was required to reach the open heaven realm. Even without carrying a world, those in the open heaven realm could exert far greater power than a great emperor. That power belonged to themselves and was not something they needed to borrow from an outside world. Xianxia had experienced the feeling of splitting heaven and earth apart before. When he consumed the world source liquid, there was a sense of chaos spreading out as the world was born. That sort of experience was extremely rare. Unless one had the chance to experience the initial birth of a world, it was impossible for a person to directly sense that feeling for themselves. The outer universe was vast indeed. Even so, the birth of a new world was extremely demanding. World source liquid would only appear when a world was first created, not to mention that world source liquid that was initially created would gradually disappear as the world matured and aged. The only reason the star boundary's world source liquid was preserved was all thanks to the source-sealed world known as the Profound Heavens Temple. If not for this sealed world preserving the most primitive environment of the world source liquid would have ceased to exist. Nevertheless, experiencing the feeling of heaven and earth splitting apart was pointless to Xianxia at the moment. That experience would only benefit him greatly when he attempted to advance to the open heaven realm. For now, he did not know how far he was from advancing into a higher realm. According to Zhang Ruoxi, it was necessary to gather the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements to become an open heaven realm master. That was because all the worlds were derived from yin, yang, and the 5 elements. Only by gathering more of this power could one hope to split heaven and earth apart within one's own body and completely break free from the shackles of the inner universe. Having reached the limits of the Emperor realm, reaching the open heaven realm was a long process of accumulation.
There were no exceptions to this process. Moreover, the more solid and vigorous the process of accumulation, the greater the strength one could wield upon becoming an open heaven realm master. Therefore, there were times when the gap in strength between open heaven realm masters was extreme.
One move might be enough to distinguish who was stronger in a fight between two open heaven realm masters in the outer universe. It was not an uncommon sight. The gathering and accumulation of yin, yang, and 5 elements took one's Dao seal as a foundation. The Dao seal's existence was the greatest symbol that distinguished an ordinary Emperor Realm Master from an Emperor Realm Master with the hope of breaking through to become an open heaven Realm Master. The only people that had Dao seals in the star boundary were the great emperors. The others, including Li Wui, did not have a Dao seal that belonged to them. Only by obtaining a Dao seal would one obtain the qualification to comprehend the Grand Dao and the rights to glimpse into the secrets of the open heaven realm. The Dao seal was formed from the essence of a person's cultivation throughout their lifetime. Therefore, Yang Kai looked no different from a normal person unless he used his power.
In addition, while the demon qi in his body would churn violently whenever he activated his power in the past, there were no signs of that anymore. All the demon qi in his body and even his divine sense were condensed into his Dao seal, transforming into the purest form of power. The foundation for the gathering of the power of yin, yang, and the 5 elements was the Dao seal. At first, Yang Kai could not understand this statement, but a single sentence from Zhang Ruoxi immediately enlightened him. Leaving aside the other powers in the 5 elements, he at least had already condensed the wood element from the immortal tree.
Across the 3,000 worlds, the immortal tree was considered a peak supreme treasure. Even great demon god had nearly gone insane with jealousy upon learning that Yang Kai had refined the immortal tree during the final battle. It could be seen just how valuable the immortal tree was. According to Zhang Ruoxi, the immortal tree was one of the best choices to condense the wood element throughout the entire 3,000 worlds. There were practically no better choices. Seeing as Yang Kai had already thoroughly absorbed the immortal tree, he could omit the refining process altogether.
When he learned about this, he couldn't help feeling ecstatic. He had been forced to refine the immortal tree as at the time, his physical body had been completely destroyed by Great Demon God. He had no other options and could only try whatever means he could think of. In the end, he inadvertently succeeded in refining the immortal tree. Who could have known that it would also bring him these kinds of benefits?
There were 2 reasons behind him going into retreat this time. The first reason was to digest the various gains he received during the previous battle. The second reason was to condense the wood element into his Dao seal.
He had experience in refining the 5 elements as he once cultivated a secret technique known as the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art during the time he lived on Shadowed Star in Hung Luo Starfield. That secret technique had also required refining the power of the 5 elements. At the time, he also had a small baby fist-sized piece of Sun's true essence. It was just that most of it had been consumed to cultivate the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. The power of the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art was certainly impressive. As long as there were enough materials to refine, it would improve one's control over the 5 elements. Hence, the power of this secret technique was almost infinite. It was just that Yang Kai later came to the star boundary, learned about a higher martial Dao, and gradually abandoned the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. Now, it would seem that it was the wrong decision to make.
If he had accumulated enough power of the 5 elements back then, it might have been easier for him to advance into the open heaven realm now. But thinking about it in another way, all of his strength had been smelted into the Dao seal when he condensed his Dao seal, so no matter how much he had accumulated previously, it would not have made a difference.
It was all thanks to Zhang Ruoxi. Otherwise, Yang Kai would still be clueless about his future. At least he now had a clear direction. There was no specific choice regarding which of the powers of yin, yang, 5 elements to start with, but once one was chosen, a specific order needed to be followed afterwards. For example, now that Yang Kai had chosen to start the wood element, he would need to refine the fire element next. That was because the 5 elements mutually supported and restrained each other. Only wood could ignite fire. In any case, that was something to be considered in the future as Yang Kai did not have any other materials on hand to refine the 5 elements.
Seeing as he knew the secrets to the open heaven realm, he could choose the best possible route to advancement in order to become the strongest open heaven realm master. The door closed with a loud rumble and the lock clicked into place. Numerous seals were activated all at once as Xianxia walked into the secret room and isolated himself from the outside world. He was going into retreat from today onward. For the next few decades or even the next few centuries, this would be his place of retreat. He had made arrangements for all the affairs in the outside world, as all the great emperors along with the 2 elders of the Dragon Clan were also in retreat. Even Xiao was in the process of recuperating from his wounds. Even so, it was not as though there were no other powerful figures remaining behind in the star boundary. Zhang Ruoxi was in a state of half-retreat and could take action at any time. In the meantime, Yu Ru Meng guarded the star boundary. With her around, there would be no problems so long as no other masters on the level of Great Demon God came to the star boundary. The task of appeasing Ada had also been handed over to her. Before Duan Hongchun went into retreat, he had deliberately left a large number of dead stars that had been refined into chess pieces to Xianxia. Xianxia then transferred them over to Yu Ru Meng and instructed her to feed Ada every so often. He was worried that the giant might get too hungry and forget the promise between them. After the heaven-destroying and earth-shattering war, the entire star boundary fell silent. Many of the masters were pursuing their own path to becoming stronger while countless other living creatures in the star boundary settled down with their lives. Just like that, 50 years passed in the blink of an eye. Inside his cultivation room, Xianxia slowly awoke from his meditation. His eyes were shining brightly as several dozen years' worth of dry and boring cultivation had passed as though it was only a single day. He did not change much during this time, both in terms of appearance or temperament. He was no different from 50 years ago. However, the power contained in his body had undergone earth-shaking changes. The essence of the immortal tree had all been condensed into his Dao seal, and when he looked inside at himself, his Dao seal was now covered in a layer of green light and was overflowing with vitality and energy. The wood element was so dense, strong, and pure that it was an extremely rare sight in the world. Even if he had never met anybody else who refined the wood element, Xianxia knew that his current situation was not something other people could possibly compare with. Zhang Ruoxi was right. The immortal tree was certainly among the best choices for refining the power of wood. It was impossible for a better choice than this to exist across the 3,000 worlds. This time around, the condensation process left him with the illusion that he managed to achieve his goal in the shortest time possible. Unfortunately, there were some disadvantages to this as well. Xianxia had already noticed previously that the power of the immortal tree was not infinite and could not actually make him immortal and indestructible. Refining the immortal tree would allow him to be reborn after having his body shattered into pieces completely a few times at most before its power was exhausted. Even so, these opportunities should not be underestimated. Even in the world of the outer universe, precious treasures that could bring people back from the brink of death were extremely rare. They practically only existed in legends, which only served to highlight just how powerful the immortal tree was. Unfortunately, even the opportunity to be reborn after having his body shattered into pieces completely no longer existed anymore. That was because all the essence of the immortal tree had been refined into his Dao seal. It was no longer contained within his flesh and bones. In other words, he would die if he was smashed to bits again by a master on the same level as Great Demon God before. Therefore, the change brought both disadvantages and advantages. At the very least, Xianxia did not have to worry about being seen through at a glance. He immediately recovered after having his head bashed in by Great Demon God previously. And just from that, Great Demon God could tell with a single glance that he had refined the immortal tree. As a result, Great Demon God had continuously torn off chunks of his flesh and consumed it during the battle in an effort to prevent his own injuries from worsening. In the future, Xianxia would not expose himself anymore if he were injured. It would also save him from the fate of having people covet his treasures. He might be practically invincible in the star boundary as Void Great Emperor, but there were open heaven realm masters in the outer universe. It was only natural that he understood the meaning behind the saying, an ordinary man might be innocent, but the treasures he carried made him guilty. If he accidentally exposed the fact that he had refined the immortal tree, he might end up being treated as a human-shaped treasure to be refined.
Although he lost the opportunity to be reborn after having his body shattered into pieces completely upon condensing the essence of the immortal tree into his Tao seal, his restorative abilities had been greatly enhanced instead. Combined with the restorative abilities of his dragon body, ordinary injuries would not bother him anymore. His current cultivation realm was a little awkward. It could be considered to be above the Emperor realm but not yet in the open heaven realm. He was only on the path to advancing into the open heaven realm and did not know how to define a cultivator at this level. Zhang Ruoxi had not mentioned anything either, so it might be that there was no fixed definition for this stage in the outer universe. Be that as it may, Zhang Ruoxi once mentioned that anybody who had gathered any 5 out of the 7 yin-yang, 5 elements could be considered a half-step open heaven realm master. They had to refine 2 more elements to split heaven and earth apart, but nevertheless, the power that they could exert was by no means comparable to somebody like Yang Kai who had only refined a single element. In any case, calling it a realm was simply just a title.
The true foundation of a cultivator lay in how much power they could actually bring out. Looking back at it now, Flowing Time Great Emperor had most likely glimpsed the path to advancing into the open heaven realm. Perhaps he might even have already refined 1 or 2 elements in his body. How else could he have entered the demon realm alone? How else could he have fought the injured great demon god to the death?
Even Wu Kuang would be slightly inferior at his peak. He might have vaguely felt the fetters of the open heaven realm, but he had failed to actually step onto that path.
It wasn't to say that he was inferior to Flowing Time Great Emperor. It might be due to opportunity or some other reason, but Wu Kuang had yet to achieve what Flowing Time had already managed to. Still, Yang Kai only recalled a thing or two about the past of his seniors. There was no need to delve so far into it, as focusing on himself was more important. He gave a wave of his hand and the heavy gates opened with a loud rumble. Bright light shone into this secret room that had been shrouded in darkness for several dozen years as he stepped outside. Sweeping his divine senses out, everything in the star boundary imprinted itself in his heart, causing him to frown slightly. He originally thought that some changes would have occurred in the star boundary after 50 years. So many living creatures had been transferred out of the lower star fields when the war ended after all. Not to mention, various masters in the star boundary even went so far as to join hands to create a suitable living environment for these people. To his disappointment, however, it would seem that the star boundary was not showing any signs of improvement. Rather, it even seemed to be in slightly worse condition than before he entered retreat. The huge cracks in the sky looked like beasts with their mouths opened wide, just waiting to devour somebody of their choice. A terrifyingly powerful turbulence would also leak out from those cracks from time to time, causing massive damage to the surrounding environment in the star boundary. Although the world's vitality remained, it was not strong. The star boundary was still dying, little by little. Yang Kai let out a soft sigh. His resolve solidified and he became even more determined to leave. Only death would await them here if he did not go out in search for a solution to this predicament. A figure flashed by at that moment and Yu Rumeng suddenly appeared in front of him, calling out gently, "Husband." Yang Kai smiled, reached out and pulled her into his arms to hold her gently. He took in the sweet scent lingering in her hair, feeling his depressed feelings dissipating away, leaving behind a warm sense of peace. Likewise, she did not say anything. She simply leaned against him quietly and enjoyed the moment of tenderness. "Where are the others?" he asked. "All of them are in retreat. You've worked hard. Everybody else could enter retreat except you, Rumeng."
She was the only one who could not seclude herself because she was the only top master left in the star boundary who was uninjured. Thus, it was necessary for her to remain alert to the invasion of foreign enemies and monitor the changes in the star boundary at all times. "Are you leaving now?" Her voice shook slightly. Yang Kai nodded silently in response. He had informed his wives of his decision prior to entering retreat, so she was not surprised. "Please take care of yourself out there, husband.
Perhaps we sisters will also head out to the outer universe to find you in the near future.
If you wish to keep a secret mistress on the side, you had better hide your tracks well, otherwise, this queen will deep fry all those lovely young ladies if I find out about them." Yang Kai reached out and pinched her cheeks. "With you all beside me, how could I be tempted by those ordinary women outside? You never know." She pouted and wrapped her arms around his waist. Tightening her embrace, she reluctantly said, Aren't you going to say goodbye to them? Yang Kai just shook his head and declared, I'll be back. Every time they parted was an extremely sad and painful occasion, and Yang Kai was afraid that he would be reluctant to leave if he saw them.
You were so cruel. Yu Meng lifted a finger and poked him in the chest. A short while later, she floated backward and smilingly said, Go.
Don't look back. I will cry if you look back. Yang Kai scratched his nose and quickly said, Take care of yourself. Wait for me to come back. After saying that, he turned and strode into the sky. It only took a few steps before he became a small black spot in the distance. In the next instant, a pair of eyes opened at each place where the great emperors were currently in retreat all over the star boundary. They looked up in the direction of the sky and cupped their fists in unison. Yang Xiao was lying around in boredom on the steps in front of the flowing time temple, basking in the sun in High Heaven Palace when he suddenly saw something. Sitting up straight, he rubbed his eyes vigorously and immediately became overjoyed. He was just about to fly out when a voice came out of nowhere at that moment. Freeze! His body instantly froze in place. Turning his head with great difficulty, he saw Yang Shui standing not far behind him.
Yang Shui had formed a seal with her hands and a mysterious force was emanating from her body. Little ant, why are you trapping me? He blinked with an innocent expression on his face.
In response, Yang Shui smiled sweetly and asked, Where were you planning to go? I was bored, so I thought I'd go out for a walk. He replied without even needing to think about his answer. Is that so? She raised her head and looked into the sky. A look of understanding flashed in her eyes. Why do I feel like you were going to chase after my big brother instead? Adoptive father? He looked left and right before asking with a blank expression. Where is adoptive father? Isn't he in retreat? Could it be that he came out of seclusion? Enough nonsense. She coldly snorted. You've kept coming here to laze about over the past 10 or so years. I knew you were up to something. So this is what you were planning? I advise you to give up on this as soon as possible. Yang Xiao acted even more innocent than before. Little ant, why can't I understand what you are saying? She smiled. Do you really not understand? It looks like I've been too indulgent towards you. Maybe you'll understand if somebody else talks to you instead. Lu Yen suddenly appeared from behind her. The crystal-like little girl had a head of fiery red hair and a cluster of flames burned at her fingertips, turning into a small phoenix from time to time.
Yang Xiao turned pale at the sight of the little girl, and when he saw Lu Yen walking towards him, he swallowed nervously. Great aunt, let's talk this out, okay?
Violence is never the answer. Were you trying to go after Master? Lu Yen walked up to Yang Xiao and looked at him with big clear eyes. No. The small phoenix immediately flew in front of him, giving out a scorching aura that could even burn a person's soul. So he hurriedly changed what he was saying. Yes, yes, yes. I was going to go after adoptive father.
I wanted to see what the outer universe is like.
What's wrong with that? Why do you have to do this to me? I want to go too, Lu Yen declared. Yang Xiao immediately changed face, as though he had found an accomplice as even his eyes began to shine. Great aunt, in that case, we might as well go together. Adoptive father just left, so he should not have gone very far. We can still catch up to him. We can't go. She shook her head, her movements slow and deliberate. Why? He glared at her. We will only hold him back. Yang Xiao sneered. Great aunt, you are overthinking this.
You and I are not weak, so why would we drag adoptive father down?
I will just tag along with him without asking for anything. I can at least serve him tea and run some errands for him, right?
Ha! Adoptive father must be having a hard time. He is going on a trip all by himself without a single person to talk to relieve his boredom. It's one thing if I didn't know about it, but now that I do, how can I turn a blind eye to his circumstances as his adoptive son?
I'm going to follow him. I'm going to support him. He spoke with great conviction and righteousness, indicating his sincerity and filial piety that overflowed beyond words. Xianxia walked out from behind and sighed. Young master, stop talking nonsense. The outer universe is far too dangerous. It's not too late to start making plans when your cultivation reaches this old master's level. Yang Zhao's face turned ashen. Only the heavens know when that will be. The more he cultivated, the more he understood the difficulty of increasing his strength. It was impossible to reach the level of flowing time great emperor without thousands of years of accumulated effort. With his playful, active, and impatient nature, how could Xianxia possibly wait that long?
I can't be bothered to waste time speaking nonsense with you. Xianxia coldly snorted. Reaching out a slender jade white hand, she pulled Xianxia by the ear. Xianxia was immediately in pain, begging for mercy as he was dragged into the flowing time temple by the ear.
Then, the main doors slammed shut and various barriers were activated. Nobody knew when those doors would open once more.
Oh,
Sir! Out in the void, Xianxia, she smiled beautifully. She looked exactly the same as when they last met. The passage of time had not left its mark on her. How is your family? Xianxia asked. Thanks to Sir, they are all doing well, she replied. When she first walked out of the blood gate, she immediately threw herself into the battle against Great Demon God. After that, she followed Xianxia around for some time to handle various matters in the star boundary. It wasn't until 50 years ago when Xianxia entered retreat that she had the time to reunite with her family again. When the Zhang family was living outside Maplewood City, it was not particularly powerful. The strongest master in the family was only in the Third Order Origin King realm back then.
There was nothing much they could do in the war between the two worlds with their strength, hence, Xianxia placed them into the sealed world bead in the early stages of the war so that they were well taken care of. At present, the Zhang family had already set down roots in High Heaven Palace.
As long as the descendants of the family were of suitable age, they would be accepted into High Heaven Palace as official disciples. Xianxia, she had been living with her family whilst recuperating from her wounds for the past 50 years.
Since the Bloodgate had opened, the Heaven's Order Palace was now under the management of Luan Feng and the other divine venerables.
Any living monster with an ancient divine spirit's bloodline could enter the Bloodgate to pursue the glory of their ancestors in the Heaven's Order Palace, once they reached an appropriate realm. Xianxia, she had also finished dealing with all the matters at hand as she was going with Xianxia on this trip to the outer universe. The others were either lacking in strength to follow or still recuperating and unable to leave.
Good. Xianxia nodded before he instructed, go over to Ada first and wait for me there. I still have something to do. It will take several months at least and 3 to 5 years at most. She nodded before turning around and flying into the sky. In the void, Xianxia quickly determined his direction, transformed into a stream of light, and sped away. The void was lonely and his journey was long, but although he was all alone, he remained calm and composed. His journey was not boring at all.
It took him a month to arrive, and with his current strength, it was hard to tell just how far he was from the star boundary. Xianxia glanced around, and everywhere he looked he saw a vast and boundless expanse. Thus, he gently nodded in satisfaction. This place is good enough. Raising a hand, he summoned the sealed world bead. His thoughts flashed, and the small bead changed instantly to become a huge creature that filled the void. Xianxia did not know if he would survive this trip to the outer universe.
His future was unclear, and it was most likely that he would face a lot of unimaginable dangers. On that note, there were trillions of demons currently living in the third region of the sealed world bead. It was simply inappropriate to bring them along with him. If he ever found himself in a dangerous situation, then those trillions of demons would be buried alongside him. Therefore, he needed to separate the third region from the small sealed world before he left.
If it was in the past, he might not have had many clues about how to accomplish this. However, his strength had been greatly enhanced now. Combined with the experience of separating the second region previously, Xianxia had some confidence to pull this off. There used to be 3 regions within the small sealed world. The first region was the original space of the small sealed world. The second region was formed from devouring several cultivation stars from the lower star fields in the past.
The third region was created when he devoured the entire demon realm and could be considered the second demon realm. Before the second battle between the two worlds broke out, Xianxia had gone to the lower star field and separated the second region from the small sealed world. It had taken him a lot of effort and energy to do so. Now that he was merely repeating the process, Xianxia believed that it would be easier. Contrary to his expectations, however, he realized that something was wrong once he got started. The area of the third region was simply too large. He had devoured the entire demon realm after all, so there was no saying how many times larger the third region was compared to the original region of the small sealed world. As a result, the distinction between the primary and secondary regions of the small sealed world became inverted. The third region was too large to remove. Despite working hard for several days, Xianxia's efforts proved to be fruitless. He had already expected this situation to some extent though, it was just that he had not been too certain at the time. Seeing as his conjectures had been confirmed, he could only change his plans. With a flash of Xianxia's mind, the embodiment responded inside the small sealed world. The demon chi all over his body churned violently as he formed a set of hand seals, allowing his mind to permeate every corner of the third region. The sealed world bead was Xianxia's artifact. Meanwhile, the embodiment was formed from a thread of Xianxia's soul residing inside a stone spirit. Although the embodiment now had a mind of his own, he could still be considered Xianxia's soul clone. If the main body could control the small sealed world, then it was only natural that the soul clone could as well. The embodiment wrapped his mind around the entire third region of the small sealed world, supporting Xianxia, who was using a certain secret technique outside. The entire world suddenly began to rumble. Two figures took to the sky from within an enormous city located somewhere in the third region. It was Bai Liemo and Chang Tian. Zhan Wuhen previously decided to spare the lives of the remnants of the demon race army, but his condition was that the demon race never stepped foot into the star boundary again. Yu Rumeng had a special relationship with Xianxia, so she was the exception to this rule and could remain in High Heaven Palace. On the other hand, Bai Liemo and Chang Tian had no choice but to stay inside the small sealed world. Over the past few decades, Bai Liemo's injuries had improved considerably even though she was not completely healed. In contrast, Chang Tian's appearance became even older. He was showing faint signs of reaching the end of his life. When they sensed the changes in the world, they couldn't help flying out to investigate the phenomenon. Upon seeing the embodiment, Bai Liemo hurriedly asked, "Is it starting?" Both she and Chang Tian were aware of Xianxia's plans. It was just that they did not expect that it would take him so long to begin. The embodiment glanced at her with his deep eyes and gently nodded. "Is it going smoothly?" Chang Tian questioned, seemingly having noticed something was wrong from the embodiment's condition. The embodiment replied in a booming voice, "I will let you know if I need your help. We are ready at any time." Chang Tian cupped his fists and said nothing more. Afterward, he and Bai Liemo flew to the side to watch. The rumbling sounds went on endlessly as the entire world seemed to be guided by some sort of invisible force. As a demon saint from the demon realm, Bai Liemo was rather sensitive to the changes in the world, so a short while later, she suddenly turned her head in shock to look in a certain direction. She could sense that the world over there was separating. If the world was a pancake, then that enormous force was separating this pancake into two pieces at this very moment. One piece was large and the other piece was small. The large piece was the territory of the demon realm, while the small piece was the first region of the small sealed world. Nobody knew how long the huge commotion lasted. The embodiment's strength was not that high as he was just a half-saint after all. Be that as it may, he could be considered the master of the small sealed world seeing as he was Xianxia's soul clone. Thus, he enjoyed a lot of advantages in the small sealed world. Furthermore, he also cultivated the heaven-devouring battle law, and since he did not own a body of flesh, he could rapidly replenish the energy he consumed at any time. In that way, he could persist no matter how long this process took. It wasn't until 2 months later that the loud rumblings gradually subsided. The embodiment staggered unsteadily, dropping out of the sky as though he was drunk. Although he was not gasping for breath, his eyes were filled with exhaustion. It was clear that this secret technique had put him under enormous pressure. Out in the void, Xianxia reached out a hand and summoned something. A simple and inconspicuous bead appeared in the palm of his hand. He toyed with it gently as he lifted his head to look at the huge monster in the sky. A trace of exhaustion flitted through his eyes. The first region and the third region had been completely separated from each other. He had not removed the third region from the small sealed world. Rather, he removed the original territory of the small sealed world. There was a distinct difference between these two actions. If he had succeeded in the former,
it would not have made much of a difference to the small sealed world. It would still have its special ability of devouring and merging worlds. Unfortunately, his previous attempts had not gone as he wished. In the end, he had no choice but to choose the latter option instead. In this way, the sealed world bead had changed back to the original sealed world bead, losing its devouring abilities. Gun was now the demon realm. Even the embodiment had been restricted within. Gun was accidentally created when the embodiment activated the heaven-devouring battle law through the sealed world bead back then and did not have a consciousness, only the instinct to devour. If the embodiment did not stay behind to control Gun, who knew where he would run off to? If he were to wander aimlessly in this vast universe, he might encounter a powerful master. It was possible that he would cause others to covet him. At that time, not only would the demon realm's future be at risk, even the lives of all the demon race living inside would be endangered. With no other choice, Xianxia could only leave the embodiment here to guard the demon realm. Even though doing so would restrict the embodiment's movements, it also brought him great benefits. The current embodiment was in control of the new demon realm, so even Bailey Mo and Changtian could not go against his will. This demon realm was newly born, equivalent to having just split heaven and earth apart once more. With the growth of this new world, the embodiment might even walk the path that Wuquang wanted to take before by using another way to reach the open heaven realm. Wuquang had used the ancestral domain as a core to devour countless lower star fields just to get a glimpse of the secrets of the open heaven realm. The opportunity to grow alongside a world was extremely rare after all. What's more, the embodiment was proficient in the heaven-devouring battle law. Gun had the instinctive power to devour. That ability had not been impressive when he was transformed into the sealed world bead and kept in Xianxia's possession. Now that he was released to the outside, he incessantly devoured the power of the starry sky in this vast universe. It was conceivable that the growth period of the newly born demon realm would not be too long. It could even be said that if the newly born demon realm continued to grow in this manner, it might even grow to become a more advanced world than the previous demon realm. It was just that Xianxia had never seen such a round, big-bellied fish-like universe world before. Did I accidentally create something monstrous? In the past, he had not known what the star boundary looked like. It wasn't until he looked at it from afar that he discovered that it was not a sphere as he had imagined. Instead, it was a crescent moon-shaped world. Seeing as there is a crescent moon-shaped world like the star boundary, then it shouldn't be that incredible to have a big-bellied fish-like universe, right? In the void, the huge giant spirit god sat cross-legged like a mountain. He massaged his stomach with his big hands as he watched the small figure in front of him pointedly with two small sun-like eyes on his sad face, looking hungry and unsatisfied. Goosebumps covered Zhang Ruoxi. Although she knew that the giant spirit gods were born kind and disliked conflict, she did not have much sense of security in facing such a powerful existence that could easily kill her on a whim. She obeyed Xianxia's orders to wait here, and since then, half a year had passed, yet Xianxia still had not shown up. The giant spirit god had awakened from his deep sleep, seeming dreadfully hungry. She also knew that the giant spirit gods would always look hungry except when they ate and slept. This was their nature and no one could change it. But the invisible pressure of being stared at by a starving-looking giant who was constantly rubbing his stomach still made her feel uneasy. From afar, a figure was seemingly approaching. Elated, Zhang Ruoxi focused her sight toward there, and a moment later, she exclaimed delightfully, "Sir is coming!" She was addressing Ada, the giant spirit god, when she said this. However, Ada did not react to her words. He had no idea who this so-called sir was, and continued to gape at her. But soon, Ada suddenly looked excited, and turned to the direction Zhang Ruoxi was watching. He obviously felt something. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia appeared out of thin air not far from the giant spirit god. He glanced at Zhang Ruoxi, nodded lightly, then turned to Ada with a smile. "Are you hungry?" Ada nodded vigorously, "Hungry." Xianxia continued, "Open your mouth." "Ah." Ada did as he was told, opening his mouth widely. Several refined chess pieces were thrown into his mouth. Only then did Ada close his mouth and start chewing. Xianxia shouted, "Ada, I'm going for a long trip, and I don't know when I'll be back." Ada was enjoying his food with his eyes half closed, and answered Yang Kai inaudibly.
We're friends, aren't we? Yang Kai questioned again. Ada did not respond. He swallowed and looked at Yang Kai eagerly, who asked again, Are we friends? Friends. Ada nodded. Since I'm a friend, you have to take care of my home while I go out, but you can't eat my home. I'll be homeless if you eat it. Ada's face scrunched up at his words as if he was in pain. Yang Kai pressed on with a smile, If you really want to eat, you have to wait until I come back. But you can't eat when I'm not here. Ada nodded joyfully, Ada won't eat until you come back. Yang Kai said no more. He casually tossed a few more chess pieces and the crunching noise sounded again.
Looking back at the half-moon-shaped world, Yang Kai took a deep breath and beckoned Zhang Ruoxi, Let's go. Although he was notably reluctant to leave and wanted to go back to take a look now, he suppressed his desire. If everything went well, he would naturally be home as soon as possible and would be able to save the star boundary. If it did not, it would not be too late to think of a solution by then. He always had a chance to see it again in the future. Although Ada was eyeing the star boundary, he should not be in a hurry to make a move until it really died, and it would still take at least 1,000 years for that to happen. In such a long time, Yang Kai did not believe he could not find the world tree.
Moreover, there was another advantage to having Ada here. At least, the power of the giant spirit god could deter others. Even if a master inadvertently passed through here, he believed that they would not approach easily with Ada present.
In other words, Yang Kai did not have to worry about the safety of star boundary. And so, Zhang Ruoxi and Yang Kai flew away side by side. Ruoxi was in a cheerful mood. Although she did not talk much along the way, a smile was hanging on her face the whole time. She recalled when she followed her sir out of the Zhang family manor outside Maplewood City, she was almost powerless to face the world and its various dangers. It was Sir who protected her at that time. How would she ever think that she could one day stand side by side with him and help him to solve his problems? Her greatest wish at that time was somehow being able to help her sir, and after several decades of retreat inside the Bloodgate, she finally achieved the qualifications to do so. Tell me about the outer universe. Yang Kai suddenly asked. He had no idea what to expect from this trip to the outer universe. Therefore, the more information he gathered, the better.
Zhang Ruoxi turned solemn and answered, The memories of my ancestor are incomplete, so what I know is not comprehensive. It's better than knowing nothing. Just tell me what you know. Yang Kai smiled. Then, Zhang Ruoxi disclosed everything she knew without reservation.
The star boundary was an independent universe world. The number of such universe worlds in the entire outer universe was unknown, but collectively these worlds were the so-called inner universes, while everything else composed the outer universe. The outer universe was vast and boundless.
There were various great forces in the vast outer universe, each occupying either a large or small territory and always competing against each other. Generally, it was chaos, which was not much different from the original situation of the star boundary, just that those beings in the outer universe had mastered more potent powers. Those who could mingle in the outer universe were masters who had condensed their own Dao seal.
In other words, they all basically had the capability of great emperors. Yang Kai secretly mocked himself. Am I not the weakest being in the outer universe then? If I really encounter an open heaven realm master, I'm afraid I would be powerless to fight back. Although Great Demon God was also an open heaven realm master at that time, he had just been reborn and the battlefield was the star boundary. With the support of the star boundary behind them, Yang Kai and the other great emperors were able to unleash far more strength than they could elsewhere. But now, without the support of the star boundary, Yang Kai understood that it was impossible to resist an open heaven realm master with just his own strength. He was still able to recognize his limitations. In the developed areas of the vast outer universe, the top treasure lands had been occupied by various powerful great forces. Accordingly, these treasure lands could be divided into the 72 paradises and 36 cave heavens. These great forces that occupied these treasure lands were all extremely indomitable and possessed incredible numbers of open heaven realm masters. 72 paradises and 36 cave heavens? Yang Kai's eyes lit up hearing it, feeling as if a new door was slowly opened in front of him.
Zhang Ruoxi nodded, All these treasure lands are famous and represent the peak power of the outer universe, and it is best if one can join such a power. In the past, my ancestors seem to have come from a place called Xianxia Paradise.
Oh,
Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. So, can you return to your origin if you want? Zhang Ruoxi chuckled. Ancestor is ancestor, and I am me. I'm not sure if they will recognize me since it's already been hundreds of thousands of years. Furthermore, I have no idea where Langya Paradise is now. Without a specific map, it will be difficult to find it unless we have particularly good luck. As for returning to my origins, there is no need to think about it for the time being. Her face flushed as she stopped and glanced at Yang Kai. I still want to be with Sir. Yang Kai patted her little head and returned a smile. If you have a chance, and if the other party is willing to accept you and they are also good people, you should return to your origins. You also mentioned that it's better to have the backing of a powerful force in the outer universe. Zhang Ruoxi pouted and immediately changed the topic. But if Sir wants to condense the metal element of the 5 elements in the future, perhaps you can go to a place called Golden Antelope Paradise. Why do you say so? Yang Kai was puzzled. Zhang Ruoxi explained, Sir knows he have to refine the powers of yin, yang, and 5 elements in order to break through to the open heaven realm. Sir chose to refine the wood element first, and wood sustains fire, so the next element Sir requires is the fire element. Fire refines earth and earth begets metal, so after earth element would be metal element. Given that it's Sir's first time entering the outer universe, I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to find a suitable metal element material, but the Golden Antelope Paradise has ready-made golden blade yuan spirits. As long as Sir can afford the price, Sir can enter a certain place to refine his metal element. Yang Kai was stunned listening to the information. Does this Golden Antelope Paradise do business? Why do I feel like it's making it convenient for us? Zhang Ruoxi replied with a smile. Most of the 72 paradises and 36 cave heavens only allow their own people to go in and out of their territory. But Golden Antelope Paradise is an exception. You may think of it as them doing business. Moreover, the quality of Golden Blade Yuan spirits in the Golden Antelope Paradise is not low. As long as one refines the appropriate power of yin, yang, and 5 elements to reach the open heaven realm, the outcome would not be lower than the 5th order. Yang Kai nodded. 5th order is indeed not low. The open heaven realm was not subdivided into 1st, 2nd, and 3rd order like the Emperor realm, but rather into a wider range with 9 orders in total. The 1st order was the lowest, while the 9th order was the highest. The power of yin, yang, and 5 elements was also divided into 9 orders. For example, the immortal tree that Yang Kai possessed before was a 9th order wood element. Its value was high enough to make even the greatest masters of the outer universe covet it. According to Zhang Ruoxi, the Golden Blade Yuan spirits in the Golden Antelope Paradise were all 5th order materials at least. The materials selected to condense the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements were crucial to an open heaven realm cultivator. When a cultivator broke through to the open heaven realm, his order would be determined according to the yin, yang, and 5 elements materials he or she had refined. It was possible to improve one's order after the initial breakthrough, but doing so had its own difficulties and restrictions. Although Golden Antelope Paradise opened its gates wide to the public, it was not without cost to enter it. One could only enter if they could afford the price, and there was also a time limit. Once time was up, they would be thrown out regardless of whether they had succeeded or not. From their Golden Blade Yuan spirits alone, the Golden Antelope Paradise was filthy rich. The Golden Blade Yuan spirits in Golden Antelope Paradise are 5th order materials, but if you are lucky enough to find a spirit essence there, it will be a pleasant surprise. Spirit essence? What order is this material? Yang Kai did not bother to ask what the spirit essence was, because he could guess that the spirit essence must be the origin or core of a Golden Blade Yuan spirit, which was absolutely much higher than the 5th order. 7th order. Yang Kai could not help whistling. For now, he was not familiar with the ranking system of the material quality to condense the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements. He also had no clue how high the order should be to be considered as valuable in the eyes of those masters in the outer universe, but it was undeniable that the 7th order was not low. It was definitely a decent material that was worth fighting for. Has anyone ever obtained one there? Yang Kai asked. Zhang Ruoxi shook her head. I have no idea. Maybe my ancestors would know, but I didn't get any memories related to that. Yang Kai nodded gently and came up with another question. What is the currency in the outer universe?
In different planes and different worlds, the currency was different too. Demon crystals were the currency in the demon realm, while source crystals were the currency in the star boundary. They were all resources naturally generated that contained the energy of that world, which could be absorbed by the cultivators to enhance their strength. If he was right, the currency in the outer universe should be something that could enhance one's strength too. Open heaven pills. Yang Kai frowned. Open heaven pills? Why does it sound like a kind of spirit pill? Zhang Ruoxi smiled lightly. They are indeed a type of spirit pill, one that is extremely useful for open heaven realm masters. As I've told Sir before, upon reaching the open heaven realm, one's order is set, but it's not impossible to improve it. The resource used to break through higher orders are open heaven pills. If one consumes enough open heaven pills over a long term, they can generally improve their order 1 or 2 times, and their strength naturally increases. Yang Kai was baffled. If open heaven pills are useful to open heaven realm masters, are they useless to people like us? Of course they're not useless. Zhang Ruoxi explained, in Sir's realm, open heaven pills as a standard currency allow one to purchase and trade for materials they need. A sudden realization dawned on Yang Kai, materials to condense the power of Yin. Yang and 5 elements. N. Zhang Ruoxi nodded. These materials are what cultivators at our realm need most. Therefore, everyone will generally exchange for what they need if they have a chance. It seems that if I have a chance in the future, I will have to get a pill recipe for these open heaven pills. Yang Kai was immersed in thoughts. He was familiar with alchemy, so if he could obtain the pill recipe for open heaven pills, he might be able to refine them for himself. Of course, that would require appropriate materials as well. Zhang Ruoxi beamed. Sir, there are 2 kinds of open heaven pills. One type is spontaneously generated and the other is refined by alchemists. Yang Kai was flabbergasted. Since it is a spirit pill, how can it be generated by the universe? Zhang Ruoxi shook her head slowly. The universe has a will of its own, and occasionally an object called the universe furnace will appear. This furnace is not a physical object, but a projection that can absorb the power of the stars and universe itself to refine innate open heaven pills. Yang Kai replied in amazement. Such a wonder occurs? At that moment, he suddenly recalled a time when he was taught the alchemic Tao directly by Heavenly Way. Since the Heavenly Way could pass on an alchemy technique to him, why could it not generate spirit pills by itself? Strictly speaking, it was all due to the open heaven pills generated by the world that the masters in outer universe gradually derived a pill recipe for refining artificial open heaven pills. There should be some differences between the 2, right? You are right, sir. Although both are open heaven pills, there are enormous differences between them, the biggest one being effectiveness. Although consuming the artificially refined open heaven pills over the long term can improve one's order, it comes with a limit. After promoting one's order by 2 orders, it is not possible to advance any further using this method. But the open heaven pills generated by the universe are different. They contain the purest power of the world, and rumor has it that this kind of open heaven pill can raise the strength of an open heaven realm master without limits, making the 9th order reachable. Yang Kai's blood boiled with excitement as he heard this, and he immediately began looking around. Zhang Ruoxi asked strangely, Sir, what are you looking for? Yang Kai answered, I'm looking for the universe furnace that you mentioned. Aren't we going to be rich if we encounter it now? Although he had condensed his wood element directly from the immortal tree and his starting point was incredibly high, he was afraid that it would be difficult to find materials of the same order as the immortal tree. Even if there were such good things, he could not compete for them if he was not strong enough. Therefore, Yang Kai had mentally well prepared too. He would not reach the 9th order open heaven realm when he first promoted to the open heaven realm in the future. Even getting to the 8th order would be tough for him. It would be great if he got to the 7th order, but it was possible for him to just reach the 6th order or even the 5th order too. If he wished to improve his own order and strength, then these spontaneously generated open heaven pills were necessary. Zhang Ruoxi giggled. How can this kind of treasure be so easy to encounter? Even if the universe furnace is really born, it would have nothing to do with us. People from the 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises would probably swarm over for it at once, resulting in a furious battle. Ignoring her, Yang Kai frowned. I seem to see something. Zhang Ruoxi pouted. Sir likes to make jokes.
Xianxia shook her arm and pointed in a certain direction. There's really something over there. Did I see it clearly? Just when he finished, his face changed drastically, so fast. Previously, when he looked around, he vaguely saw something coming towards them. But in the blink of an eye, the other party had shortened half the distance between them. The whole process was extremely abrupt, with no trace of movement. When those words fell, Zhang Ruoxi also saw the situation, and her pretty face immediately paled. Myriad facets insect. Yang Kai did not have time to ask what the myriad facets insect was, but seeing Zhang Ruoxi's expression, he understood that this insect was not simple. From its look, it was a huge snow-white bug with holes all over its body. The bug's body stretched over 10 kilometers in length, and it looked considerably swollen, but it was strangely fast as well. Just as Zhang Ruoxi's voice fell, the myriad facets insect had broken through more than 10,000 kilometers and immediately arrived in front of the two. Its mouth was so huge and deep that it resembled a black hole, which enveloped the two people from above, swallowing a big piece of the void. Run! Yang Kai grabbed Zhang Ruoxi's arm and space principles flared as he attempted to flee. But Yang Kai was startled to find that the local space was completely locked, and they were immediately shrouded in darkness. All light in front of him suddenly lost. The next moment, the world spun and even Yang Kai, who had now won the throne of a great emperor, was left feeling dizzy, as if he was plummeting endlessly. He was speechless. He had just come out of the star boundary with Zhang Ruoxi. How could he just run into such a monster? He did not understand the danger of the outer universe until now. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat when he thought of Zhang Ruoxi because his hands were empty. He was still grabbing Zhang Ruoxi's arm just a moment ago, but now he was holding nothing. Where's Ruoxi? While enduring the discomfort in his head, Yang Kai hurriedly released his divine sense to examine his surroundings, but he found no trace of Zhang Ruoxi anywhere. He forced himself to calm down and recalled what just happened. Instinctively, Yang Kai felt that he should have been swallowed by the myriad facets insect, so both Ruoxi and he should be in the myriad facets insect's stomach right now. He was so infuriated. He came out of the star boundary full of hopes and ambitions, but how could have anticipated being swallowed by a bug before he could achieve anything? How could he bear this shame? With a low roar, he used his dragon transformation's secret technique, turning into a 2,000 meters tall half-dragon in an instant. The azure dragon spear was summoned to his hand as his aura soared. Inside his body, his Tao seal radiated brightly, and all his power was gathered in the azure dragon spear before he thrust out wildly. In the next moment, the world stopped spinning. His vision blurred, and he suddenly appeared in the void. He was still in his previous stance in the momentum of stabbing. Yang Kai felt extremely annoyed. He unleashed his strength but ended up stabbing nothing but empty space. When his power was exhausted and he finally came to a halt, he looked around at a loss. Where is this? Although he had just entered the outer universe and did not know much about it, Yang Kai was sure that he was no longer where he originally was. Everything around him looked completely different from before. He did not see Zhang Ruoxi or the myriad facets insect, as if everything that happened just now was an illusion. Yang Kai hefted his spear and looked around on alert, but it was quiet all around him, with nobody present except himself. What the hell just happened? I have never been so confused like this. After confirming that there was no danger around, Yang Kai quickly dispelled his dragon transformation, took out a space spirit bead, and tried to contact Zhang Ruoxi, but he received no response. Yang Kai grew anxious. I'm fine with encountering such weird things inexplicably. At least I'm unharmed. But where did that little girl Ruoxi go? He tried to recall carefully, and remembered the moment when he attempted to get out of trouble. There seemed to be a subtle space principle fluctuation. In addition to the strange environment in front of him, Yang Kai vaguely felt that he experienced some kind of exceptionally long-distance teleportation. He had no idea how far he was from the star boundary, and he was afraid that he could not even figure out where the star boundary was now. Last time when he escaped from Demon Realm, he used the blessing of the worlds will inside him to locate the star boundary in the vast outer universe, allowing him to successfully return home. But at that time, it was because Demon Realm was not too far from the star boundary. The two universe worlds were close together, relatively speaking,
Otherwise Great Demon God would not have the idea to lay his hand on the star boundary in the first place. But now the world's will would not work as he was too far away, so Xianxia could not return to the star boundary even if he wanted to. He was swallowed by the myriad facets insect, and after forcefully escaping from it, he found himself in this new place. What the hell was that bug? Where is Zhang Ruoxi now? Xianxia was totally clueless. He could only choose a random direction and try to find traces of Ruoxi. He secretly prayed that she had also managed to escape the belly of the myriad facets insect. Otherwise he was afraid that even an open heaven realm master could not escape the fate of being eaten by such a monster. Xianxia was speeding through the void with a frown on his face. It was difficult to distinguish the passage of time in the outer universe, but it should have been half a year ever since he encountered the myriad facets insects. In the past 6 months, he had been looking for traces of Zhang Ruoxi nearby. From time to time, he would try to use his space beacon. Unfortunately, he found nothing and received no signal from Ruoxi. After wandering for half a year, Xianxia experienced all kinds of dangers in the outer universe just as horrifying as the myriad facets insect. There were countless frightening beings in this vast outer universe, and he had met several of them in this half year. Nevertheless, none of them were myriad facets insects, but other monsters. Basically, they were all massive in size, on par with the myriad facets insect. However, although these beings had terrifying auras, they seemed to be lacking in sentience, just like the myriad facets insect. As long as Xianxia could see them far away and avoid them in time, he would be safe. He even found a universe world during this half year of wandering. It was a world similar to the star boundary, but before he approached, he felt that he was being targeted by several hostile intents. Clearly they were the great emperors of that world. Although Xianxia was also a great emperor now, it was extremely unwise to rush into someone else's world recklessly. Therefore, after realizing he was unwelcome, Xianxia took a detour and left. Thinking about it, given that Ruoxi knew more about the outer universe than him and her strength was not low, there should not be a problem for her as long as she could escape from the belly of the myriad facets insect. But Xianxia was not sure when they would meet again after the parting this time. The outer universe was so big that the probability of 2 people meeting randomly was just too small. Another month later, Xianxia had no choice but to accept reality. He gave up searching for Zhang Ruoxi, identified a direction, and proceeded forward. Now that he had leapt out of his original world and arrived in the outer universe, he should finish his unsettled business and look for clues about the mysterious world tree. Perhaps when he found the world tree and returned to the star boundary, Zhang Ruoxi would already be waiting for him there. With such hope, Xianxia forged onwards. The lonely exploration and the wandering suddenly gave him a long-lost sense of familiarity. Long ago, when he first entered the starry sky from Tongxian realm, and then to the star boundary from the star field, was he not facing the storm alone and eventually overcame all obstacles spectacularly? Although the outer universe was dangerous, as long as he strived forward bravely, he would naturally make his way. His mood was suddenly lifted and he could not help looking forward to the path ahead. One day, Xianxia, who was speeding along, suddenly looked in a certain direction and his face changed drastically. Unsure if it was an illusion, he seemed to hear a vague call from that direction at the moment. He immediately focused his mind and listened carefully, but he noticed nothing. The void was dangerous, so Xianxia naturally had to be vigilant at all times, and the soul-warming lotus was always closely guarding his consciousness from being invaded by foreign interference. Xianxia frowned slightly and felt strange about it, but he sensed no abnormalities. Thus, he put down his worries and continued to move forward. After he traveled for a while, though, the same noise called out to him again. Xianxia immediately halted his feet and his face turned solemn. It could be a misconception if it only happened once, but it did not make sense if it occurred again. It was not some figment of his imagination, there was really something out there. After pondering for a moment, Xianxia changed his direction, flew towards the source of the voice. There were no changes in the soul-warming lotus, and he did not notice anything wrong either, so Xianxia deduced that the voice should be harmless. His current knowledge about the outer universe was limited to the information Zhang Ruoxi disclosed to him earlier, so if there really was someone out there, maybe he could learn something from them. Of course, he had to be wary of danger, but asking for directions was better than him flying around like a headless fly.
There was no resistance traveling through the void, so Yang Kai could travel at his maximum speed easily. However, in order to watch out for some possible dangers, he still maintained a lower pace. Moreover, Yang Kai had also found that the outer universe was remarkably clean over the past few months, unlike the star field which was dotted with asteroid seas. Now that he thought about it carefully, this phenomenon should have something to do with the giant spirit god clan. The giant spirit gods had an innate divine ability that allowed them to sniff out dying worlds in advance, which they could then move towards and wait to feed upon. Once the world died, they would devour the world clean. Since the dead worlds had been eaten by the giant spirit gods, it made sense there were no asteroid seas in the outer universe. They must have long been swallowed into the stomachs of the giant spirit gods. Thinking about this, it seemed like the giant spirit gods were the cleaners of the universe. Yang Kai had no idea how long he had been flying for, but the further he traveled, the more obvious the call in the dark became. Yang Kai could feel that he still had some distance from his destination, but it should not be too far now. Until one day, a bright spot suddenly appeared in a nebula in front of him. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, realizing that he had finally arrived. He fixed his eyes on it and could not help being flabbergasted. It was too far away for him to see clearly, but Yang Kai vaguely felt that he was seeing something familiar. He picked up speed, and a few days later, Yang Kai's expression became strange. In front of that, a huge oval light barrier stood quietly in the void. Strange lights constantly flashed on top of the light barrier, and from the oval light barrier were extremely clear space principle fluctuations. Territory Gate. Yang Kai raised his brow. He already found it to be familiar when he was far away. Now that he looked closer, it indeed looked familiar. In the demon realm, the world was broken into pieces, and each continent relied on territory gates to connect to each other. The oval light barrier in front of him had the exact nature of a territory gate. The only difference between them was their size. There was a world of difference between the size of this gate and the territory gates of the demon realm. The two were completely incomparable. This territory gate was simply massive. Yang Kai believed that even with the huge size of the giant spirit god and the myriad facets insect, they could easily shuttle through this territory gate to the other side. That was how big this gate was. Yang Kai could not help being fascinated by such a territory gate that emerged in the void all of a sudden, especially when the vague voice was calling out from this territory gate. Although he had no idea what the exact name of this territory gate in the outer universe was, its function was clearly to shuttle between two places. In a few days, Yang Kai finally arrived in front of the territory gate and stood 10,000 kilometers away from it. Feeling the vastness of the object and his own insignificance, Yang Kai sighed. The outer universe was truly full of wonders. He could feel that this territory gate was not artificially refined, but naturally occurring. The fluctuations of space principles were clearly transmitted from it, but they did not seem to be hazardous. Anyone should be able to pass through this gate as long as he possessed sufficient strength. So the question was, where did this territory gate lead to? What was on the other side that kept calling out at him? It took Yang Kai more than 20 hours to complete a circle around this enormous territory gate. Standing in place, he scratched his head, debating whether or not to enter. It was really a tough decision for Yang Kai to make. If he chose not to enter, what was the point of arriving here? Furthermore, other than encountering several gigantic and horrifying monsters in this more than half-a-year journey through the void, he only found a single universe world, and had not experienced a single thing about civilization in the outer universe yet. But if he chose to enter, he had no idea what would be waiting for him on the other side. What if there were masters waiting to ambush him? He could face some unexpected disaster as soon as he passed through the gate. However, without a long hesitation, Yang Kai made up his mind. He would enter. Along the way, he had encountered many dangers but escaped narrowly each time. If he became timid just because he was worried about the difficult path ahead, how could he continue to explore the outer universe? It was better to return to the star boundary and retire in that case. Moreover, his strength was not low now, so it was not like he was powerless to resist even if he really came across any danger. Once a decision had been made, Yang Kai no longer hesitated. With a flicker, he plunged into the territory gate in front of him.
The territory gate barely rippled as if a stone had been thrown into a vast sea. Only a small disturbance appeared at the place where Yang Kai entered, and it instantly recovered after.
Yang Kai, who entered the gate, felt the world spinning around him. The great pressure from the surrounding overwhelmed him as if an infinite force was squeezing him from all directions. Shocked, Yang Kai hurriedly circulated his secret art. It was impossible to resist such pressure unless one was on par with a great emperor. In other words, only an existence who condensed their Dao seal was qualified to pass through this territory gate.
After what felt like thousands of years, but was probably just an instant, the pressure around Yang Kai suddenly dissipated. When he regained his senses, he realized he was still in an endless void, and after turning around, was even more at a loss.
What the hell? After shuttling through the territory gate, the scene that he came to was just as inexplicable as after being swallowed by the myriad facet insects. If it was not for the giant territory gate behind him, Yang Kai would think that he was still in the same place.
But after arriving here, the call in the dark became clearer. Without hesitation, Yang Kai quickly rushed towards it. Half a day later, Yang Kai suddenly stopped and stared ahead of him with a look of surprise.
In that void, a door appeared and the voice that he kept hearing was reverberating from it. Yang Kai almost could not believe his eyes and rubbed them vigorously before staring again. It was real, there was truly a door there, isolated, looking extremely out of place.
There was nothing extraordinary about the door. There was a door plate and a door bell on the door, and 2 stone lions squatting on either side, baring their ferocious-looking fangs. Usually, Yang Kai would not feel anything if he saw such a door in the star boundary. But in this vast empty void of the outer universe, how could a lone door like this not be bizarre? When Yang Kai approached, he looked at the 2 stone lions squatting on either side of the door. He vaguely felt that these seemingly ordinary stone lion decorations were not as simple as they looked. Then again, if they were ordinary, how could they appear in the void?
Right at that moment, a voice came out of the door. Where did this little friend come from? Forgive this old master for greeting you from afar. Please come in. The voice was gentle and welcoming, causing a warm feeling to fill Yang Kai's body. Even though the voice appeared abruptly, it did not alarm him but made him feel comfortable instead. However, Yang Kai was secretly stunned. After all, right in front of him was just a door. Although there were 2 stone lions squatting on either side of the door, there was no house behind it, so where was the speaker? Yang Kai peeped behind the door but found nothing. By the sound of the voice, the speaker should not be Yang. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai felt like it was better for him to face things head-on and cupped his fists to ask, "Where's old sir? How can this junior get in?" The old voice laughed, "Just push the door." Yang Kai furrowed his brow but still nodded. He put his hands on the door plates and pushed gently and the door opened, but what came into his view on the other side was not the scenery of a void that he imagined. At the moment of opening the door, a colorful light flashed before him, followed by a powerful suction that drew Yang Kai inside before he could respond. When he regained his senses, he was standing on an expansive reef. The sound of sea waves echoed around his ears, and as he looked up, he could see a blue sky filled with clouds. Yang Kai blinked and could not help shouting, "A small universe!" Reaching the open heaven realm required splitting heaven and earth apart from within to create an independent world, and this independent world was known as a small universe. Only open heaven realm masters could possess a small universe. Laughter burst out from the side. Little friend has good vision. This is indeed this old master's small universe. Yang Kai turned to the direction of the voice and saw an old man with white hair and a beard standing nearby, a kind smile on his face. The old man was a little chubby, and the deep and numerous wrinkles on his face revealed the signs of aging. The old man was wearing a black, spotless robe and had the demeanor of a senior expert. With a round bowl in one hand, the old man's fingers tapped rhythmically. Strangely, there was no sound following his taps, but Yang Kai could obscurely perceive something from the movement. Recalling the call that guided him all the way here, a sudden realization dawned on Yang Kai. "Is old sir the one who called me?" The old man smiled lightly. "Indeed. Where, might I ask, did little friend come from?" Yang Kai answered, "My homeland is not a place worth being mentioned. In fact, I'm not certain what to call it." Although the old man in front of him seemed harmless, he was still a true open heaven realm master. If he really wanted to make a move on Yang Kai,
Yang Kai would probably be powerless to resist, especially inside the former small universe. Yang Kai did not expect that the first person he met in the outer universe would be an open heaven realm master. He had to stay alert against the people here, and it was better not to expose the name of the star boundary.
The old man did not mind it and smiled faintly. I see. He did not continue asking, which surprised Yang Kai. Why did old sir call out to me? Yang Kai was puzzled. If it had not been for this sudden summon, he would not have come here.
The old man replied with a smile. This old master did not just summon you. I have just been picking up various juniors who managed to free themselves of the shackles of various universe worlds. While talking, he stretched out his hand and pointed aside. Yang Kai looked at the place he pointed, and found that the old man and he were not the only people in this small universe. There were other people on the surrounding reefs. Fear creeped into Yang Kai's heart as he did not notice anything when he came in just now, and he was sure that he had clearly checked his surroundings and saw nobody at all. It meant that if it was not for the permission of the old man, he was afraid that he would not be able to see anything at all in this place. For other figures were present, 3 men and 1 woman.
A burly man, a dignified woman, a naive boy, and the last one looked like he was from the monster race. He had 2 horns on his forehead, but it was unclear which bloodline he carried. Each of them sat on a reef nearby, looking at Yang Kai.
Yang Kai swept his eyes across them, and except for the naive-looking one who smiled back at Yang Kai, everyone else was expressionless. Although Yang Kai had no idea what kind of realm these 4 were, since they could appear here, it meant that each of them was a master on par with a great emperor in their own right, and had condensed their own Dao seal. Otherwise, they would not be qualified to wander the outer universe. Seeing this, combined with what the old man mentioned just now, Yang Kai asked in amazement, "Were these people summoned by old Sir too?" The old man nodded with a smile. "There are many dangers in the outer universe. It's not a friendly place for newcomers like you.
If you rush around rashly, you are likely to encounter some unpredictable dangers. This old master has set up here and used a secret technique to spread a summon far and wide. Those who perceive this summon will come here to meet this old master, just like little friend and the others." Why did old sir do this? Yang Kai was baffled. If this old master told you that it was to protect newcomers like you, would you believe it? Yang Kai shook his head slowly.
After years of cultivation, even though Yang Kai dared not say that he had a clear understanding of human nature, he did not believe that someone would do such a laborious task for no benefit whatsoever. The old man guffawed. "It doesn't matter if you believe it or not, but this is indeed one of this old master's reasons." "Does that mean there are other reasons?" Yang Kai questioned. "Another reason is that the force this old master belongs to needs to absorb new blood.
There are countless large and small forces in the outer universe, and many will perform similar solicitations. It's not uncommon to try to recruit new people who have just jumped out of the inner universe to strengthen their own forces. This old master is not the only one doing this.
Little friend, it seems we share some common destiny. That is why you heard this old master's call and came here." Yang Kai frowned slightly. "May I know what great force old sir belongs to?" The old man replied, "You will know in the future. It's useless to say too much now." "What if I don't want to join old sir's great force?" Yang Kai asked. As soon as Yang Kai said this, he clearly felt the attention of the other 4 people on the reefs around him focus on him. The old man responded, "That is your decision."
This old master is only responsible for recruiting and guiding. Someone will explain everything to you when we go back. Whether to join or not will be up to you then. Just stay if you're willing to join. If not, no one will force you. Yang Kai nodded.
He had encountered this kind of situation once before when he entered the ancestral domain. Many great forces in the ancestral domain also sent out masters to stake out territory and absorb new blood to strengthen their own forces. But in comparison, the old man's method was undoubtedly superior. Instead of waiting in place, hoping others would pass by, he actively used a technique to summon others to him across great distance. Yang Kai had nothing to lose in the outer universe, and now that he was separated from Zhang Ruoxi, he did not even know where to go next. He just wanted to go somewhere with many people to get information. Since the old man had already said so much, Yang Kai naturally would not reject. Of course, Yang Kai did not completely believe the old man's words, but at least for now he should be safe. Old sir, I have one more question to ask you. Yang Kai cupped his fists. You may ask. This junior leapt out of his universe world with another friend to enter this vast outer universe. But we bumped into a monster called the Myriad Facets insect on our way. After we were swallowed by it, I was brought to another place for some reason. At this point, the old man smiled lightly. Don't worry, your friend should not be in danger. Please enlighten this junior, old sir. The Myriad Facets insect is a special being in the outer universe. Its movements are unpredictable, but it is generally harmless. When you saw it from a distance, didn't you see there were many holes on its body? Exactly. Those holes are connected to random corners of the vast outer universe. When you are swallowed up by a Myriad Facets insects, you inevitably come out of one of those holes and appear in a completely different place. Your friend's experience is the same as yours, but where they were sent is unknown now. Is that so? Yang Kai was stunned. Nevertheless, he instinctively felt that the statement of the old man in front of him should not be wrong. As he recalled now, from getting swallowed by the Myriad Facets insect to escaping out of it, everything happened in just the blink of an eye. But when he got out, Yang Kai noticed obvious space principle fluctuations, as if he just experienced ultra-long-distance teleportation, which was consistent with the old man's explanation. In this way, Yang Kai was relieved to confirm that Zhang Ruoxi was not in danger, but he had no clue where she was teleported to. Many thanks, old sir. This junior still wants to ask, you've traveled far and must be tired. It would be best for little friend to rest first. The old man looked at Yang Kai with a grin, and as he spoke, his fingers gently tapped on the round bowl again. The doubt in Yang Kai's heart calmed down at once, as if the question he had was something he should not have asked. He immediately looked ashamed and bowed. Senior is right. Then this junior will not bother senior any further. Yang Kai then retreated respectfully. The old man nodded, closed his eyes, and continued casting his secret technique. Yang Kai looked around, jumped onto an empty reef, sat cross-legged, and silently circulated his secret art. In the next moment, rich and pure world energy poured into every pore of his body, greatly refreshing his spirit. Although this was the old man's small universe, it was also a world with the complete yin-yang 5 elements. The world energy was also authentic, which could be absorbed to enhance Yang Kai's strength. Moreover, the world energy in the small universe was far purer and concentrated than in any natural place in the star boundary. Yang Kai opened his eyes quietly and saw that the other 4 people were devouring the world energy around them hungrily. Seeing this, Yang Kai simply let go of his concerns, no longer worried about anything, and greedily began cultivating. However, Yang Kai still used a portion of his divine sense to examine himself. When the old man uttered the last sentence, he clearly felt that he was unable to resist his words. In other words, he was completely obedient to the old man at that time, and that was the reason he felt ashamed. Fortunately, when the soul-warming lotus reacted, his mental state recovered. Since the soul-warming lotus reacted like this, it proved that the old man definitely used some kind of soul technique on him in that moment. Yang Kai did not understand how it happened. It could be because of the old man's high realm and skill, or it could be due to the effect of the round bowl. But if he had not been protected by the soul-warming lotus, he could not imagine what would have happened just now. Sure enough, nothing came for free in the world. The old man kept saying that he would not force anyone to join the great force behind him, but judging from his current behavior, Yang Kai strongly believed that he may not end well if he rejected the old man's offer. But since Yang Kai was already here, there was no way for him to just leave now. Moreover, Yang Kai desperately wanted to travel somewhere with many people to get information. His understanding of the outer universe was only limited to the information disclosed by Zhang Ruoxi before, and he was clueless about anything else as he had just entered this world. It would be good if he could follow the old man to join a great force, then gather information carefully before making further plans. On the other hand, Yang Kai was hoping that Zhang Ruoxi could be attracted to this place too. Since Ruoxi was swallowed by the Myriad Facets insects with him at the same time, if luck was on their side, she may appear at a place not so far away and might be led here by the old man's summon too. If so, they could reunite. Thinking this way, Yang Kai was no longer worried. He simply let go of his concerns and devoured the world energy around him. The 3 humans and 1 monster nearby acted like him too.
Although Yang Kai did not know which universe worlds they all came from, it was obvious that they each came from different places. There were many differences in details from their clothing. However, no matter which small world they came from, by the hungry looks of them for cultivation, they clearly had not stayed in a place with such a good cultivation environment before. After what had happened earlier, Yang Kai suspected that these 4 people had already been influenced by the old man's secret technique and were now obeying his commands. The old man kept the same posture, holding a bowl in one hand, gently drumming it with the other hand. The invisible inspiration continued to spread into the world from this small universe, attracting more newcomers. This was a bit like fishing, and the willing ones took the bait. If the person who perceived the inspiration did not have much curiosity or was paranoid enough, they would not come here. Time flowed freely. Although the small universe was also a world, it was somewhere between ethereal and corporeal, and it would not be as wondrous as a true universe world. The sun, moon, and stars were absent, and the scenery was invariable. By the look of it, it probably had something to do with the old man's state of mind. After an unknown amount of time, which Yang Kai estimated to be at least a year, the old man, still holding the bowl, smiled. Where did this little friend come from? Forgive this old master for greeting you from afar. Please come in. It was the exact same speech as that of when Yang Kai arrived. Not a single word was changed. When Yang Kai heard this, he knew that a newcomer was here. He could not help being excited, secretly hoping that it would be Zhang Ruoxi. Like him, the other 4 people who had been cultivating opened their eyes. The next moment, a crisp and pleasant voice sounded. Where are you, sneaky fellow? Show yourself. It was a woman's voice, but it sounded quite young. The old man laughed. This old master is not a sneaky fellow. This old master is here. It is just that young lady cannot see me. Please come in. The woman outside the door squealed. Why should I listen to you? This young lady doesn't want to enter. After a pause, she asked, Are you in this door? From the tone of the question, one could imagine that she was looking around the door curiously. Good. The old man nodded. Then come out and talk. I'll wait for you outside the door. The old man chuckled. Young lady is quite vigilant. It's necessary to be careful. I don't even know who you are. Why should I enter easily? You're right. The old man smiled. While talking, he suddenly formed his hand into a hand seal. However, this old master insists on inviting young lady in. When the words fell, there was an exclamation outside the door, followed by the woman scolding, Bastard, how dare you? Ah! After her shout, a wave of ripples permeated around the old man, followed by the appearance of a graceful figure. It was the woman who refused to enter the door earlier. She ended up being dragged in by the old master's unknown method. Yang Kai understood the situation. As long as one was led by the old man's inspiration, whether they were willing or not, they had to enter the door and come to this small universe. Everything would go smoothly if one was willing. Otherwise, they would be dragged in forcefully. A harmless smile was plastered on the old man's face, but in fact, he was clearly quite domineering. In short, he was using his strength to bully the weak. Yang Kai could not help raising his vigilance. The woman seemed to have a hot temper, and after being dragged in, a curtain of water immediately circulated around her. As soon as she raised her hand, the boundless water curtain turned into a white silk that shot towards the old man. A gust of wind blew and joined itself with the white silk to form a rushing river. Yang Kai raised his brow and could not help praising this young woman in his heart. How was this a real piece of white silk? It was clearly refined from a river. The rushing force contained a boundless water element that splashed everywhere wantonly. Impudence! The 4 people who had been sitting upright on the reefs since before Yang Kai's arrival rebuked in unison, and rushed out together. The burly man swung his fists, the dignified woman took out a sword, the naive boy took out a treasure like a slingshot loaded with a stone, while the twin-horned monster roared and turned into a tiger-like being. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his senses, jumped off the reef and sent the woman a palm strike. The young woman's face turned pale. Obviously, she did not expect to be besieged by so many people as soon as she entered this place. Although she was also a master on the level of a great emperor and had condensed her own Dao seal, all the others present were on par with her.
It would be a draw even if it was a one-on-one fight, let alone 1 against 5. The white silk that was pumped out was immediately withdrawn and turned into a water curtain wrapping around her. Following after a rumbling sound, the water curtain shattered and the young woman fell out of her wall of defense. The blood drained from her face. A master as strong as a great emperor was now sitting on the ground with tears in her eyes, covering her rear with her hands, looking helpless as she cried, You're all bullies." She looked like a child who lost a fight. Xianxia wanted to laugh, but he did not find it to be appropriate. "You are all bullies just because you have numbers on your side." The young woman sat on the ground, unable to get up, glaring at Xianxia and the rest before finally fixing her eyes on the old man and shouting, "Fight me alone with me if you have the courage." The old man maintained his smile, however, and asked, "Young lady, do you really want to fight alone with me?" "Yes, just you and me, don't involve them." The young woman stretched out her hand and pointed one by one on Xianxia and the others. The old man shook his head gradually. "You are no match for this old master. How can you be sure before we fight?" The young woman looked unconvinced. "Then, do you want to try?" The old man teased her with great interest. "Of course I want to try." The woman clenched her teeth and clamored. There was still nothing unusual when she uttered the first word. But when she finished the last word, she had rushed in front of the old man, as vigorous as a tiger. Her slender palm turned crystal clear, a mysterious power fluctuating around it as it slammed towards the old man. A smile still on his face, the old man just looked at her quietly and without doing anything, lightly spoke, "Solidify." The woman was instantly stiffened in front of the old man, completely immobilized. It seemed that she had only realized the huge gap between her and the old man now, and her face turned pale involuntarily, her long lashes trembling endlessly. "Do you want to try again?" the old man challenged. The young woman blinked her eyes and became exceptionally obedient. "I dare not." "If you don't dare, stop." The old man waved his hand. As soon as he said this, the young woman immediately regained her freedom. Her offensive momentum did not stop at once, and her whole body swiftly charged forward. She quickly bent her knees and half knelt on the ground, with her fists cupping. Junior was V and thought that she was invincible in this world. Today, I have realized there are actually people beyond people after meeting Senior. Please accept this Junior as a disciple. This disciple will be respectful and filial to Master in the future. Her movements were slick and neat, without a single unnecessary motion. Her speech was also notably smooth, as if she had said it countless times before, but her look was extremely sincere. Everyone present, including the old man, were shocked by the young woman's behavior. Xianxia was also dumbstruck and asked himself, who is this girl? Earlier, she was still yelling rudely in front of him. So how did she turn so quickly to worship the old man in the blink of an eye? This change of heart is a little too drastic. On the contrary, the burly man and monster race youth showed looks of regret after regaining their senses. The dignified woman also seemed to be moved, but the VE boy looked like he did not care at all. There was dead silence, as if someone had performed a petrification technique. Only the sound of the lapping waves remained. Suddenly, the old man laughed and stretched out his hand to hold the young woman's arm. "This old master is grateful to see your sincerity. However, we will talk about the matter being this old master's disciple later. This old master does not know much about your character or aptitude yet, so I will still need to observe you more in the future. If you match this old master's requirements, I will consider accepting you as my disciple." The woman was overjoyed. "Future disciple, thanks, master, in advance. What is your name?" The woman replied with a grin, "Disciple's name is Asunde." "Where are you from?" Asun shook her head. "This disciple has no idea. The world where this disciple came from has been shattered. This disciple is the only living survivor from that place." Her eyes became full of sadness as she spoke. "Everything comes to an end, even the world. Don't mind it too much. Now that you have jumped out of the shackles of the inner universe, you will see a vaster world. Isn't it better than being confined to one place?" "Master is right." Asun nodded repeatedly with a happy face. "Asun's home is gone, so in the future, Master's home will be Asun's home." The old man did not respond to her, but turned to the others. "Well, we have an appropriate number now, so let us return." Hearing what he said, Xianxia and the others were delighted.
Although the cultivation environment here was good, since all of them had leapt out of their respective universe worlds, they naturally wanted to explore more of this vast sky. They were looking forward to leaving this place and following the old man to the force behind him.
The old man did not waste any time after announcing their departure. He beckoned everyone, pointed in front of him, and a door immediately materialized. Xianxia looked at it and realized that the door was the one he had seen in the void earlier. The old man pushed open the door, which squeaked noisily, and all of them rushed into it and came to the place before they entered. The door immediately became distorted and transformed into a big ship. 2 ropes of light extended from the bow of the ship and tied themselves around the 2 stone lions. The stone lions were the 2 that were squatting on either side of the door previously, and seeing this, Xianxia immediately knew that he was right.
The 2 stone lions were really not ordinary things, otherwise how could there be such a transformation? At this moment, the 2 stone lions expanded, their bodies permeating a notably violent aura as they shook their majestic heads. The newcomers on board the ship were dumbfounded.
Not to mention the wondrous transformation of the stone lions. The aura permeated from the 2 was not inferior to, and possibly even exceeded their own. In other words, the strength of these 2 stone lions was more likely to be higher than theirs. They were each overlords of their own universe worlds, great emperors who had condensed their Tao seal. However, now that they came to the outer universe, they could not help feeling bitter seeing these 2 beasts that were used to pull a ship were stronger than them.
The old man looked at the expressions of the people and smiled at their shocked faces. Wow, master, what are these 2 things?
They look so powerful. A sun stood on the bow of the ship, looking down and exclaimed with an astonished face.
The old man did not deliberately correct the way she addressed him, or maybe he just did not care about it, and instead smiled and answered, these 2 little things were originally 2 stone fetuses of our 7 wonders land. They then gained sentience through a certain opportunity.
This old master found them useful, so he used them as watchers and to pull this ship. 7 wonders land? Xianxia raised his brow. May I ask, senior, is the 7 wonders land that you mentioned just now the place we are going to? For a year in the small universe. He did not communicate with the old man, so he had no idea where the old man came from. Now when the old man mentioned this, it naturally piqued his interest. Good. The old man nodded. Is 7 wonders land one of the 72 paradises? The burly man suddenly asked with a fervent face.
Oh? You know of the 72 paradises? The old man looked at the burly man with a smile. The burly man replied respectfully, Junior hails from Black River World. There was a great senior expert who returned once to my world and shared some experiences with this junior, so this junior knows that there are 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises in the outer universe. The old man nodded in understanding. Do you know the senior well?
Or which great force he belongs to? The burly man shook his head. I don't know. Did he leave any faith token for you so that you could find him? The old man questioned again. The burly man stretched his hand into his pocket, took out something, and handed it over respectfully. This is the faith token left by that senior. Xianxia had sharp eyes and instantly saw that it was a piece of jade. But it was an unknown type of jade, unlike any he had seen before. There was a small fish swimming around like a living creature inside this jade. And although he had no idea what the fish in the jade was, Xianxia could vaguely feel that it contained some mysterious principal strength. Fear surged in Xianxia's heart as chills ran up his spine.
Not because of this faith token, but because of the burly man's unreserved manner towards the old man. He was ambushed by the old man once before and was only safe due to the protection of the soul-warming lotus. Xianxia wondered at the time whether the old man had manipulated the others too.
However, it was still just a speculation, and Xianxia did not really care about other people's affairs. It wasn't until when Ascension was dragged into the small universe, attempted to hurt the old man, and was besieged by the burly man and the others that Xianxia realized that his guess was accurate. How could these 4 great emperors from different universe worlds act like that if they had not been manipulated by the old man? Even if they tried to please the old man, how could they make a move at the exact same timing?
By the look of it, this jade was definitely an exceptionally valuable thing for the burly man. With the guidance of the jade, he could certainly find the whereabouts of his senior from his own world and join him. At that time, he would naturally be well taken care of.
Why would he have to plead with others? The burly man took out such a valuable thing immediately after the old man asked casually, and the problem was, he had not the slightest reservations against the old man. The several people nearby did not find it strange either. Instead, they acted like everything was reasonable. After the burly man took out the jade, the old man squinted his eyes slightly. He grabbed the jade and examined it carefully. After a moment, he revealed a smile. Since it is a reward from your senior, store it carefully. It could be useful in the future. The burly man nodded gently, put away the jade, and turned to glare at the others. He acted like this not because he did not know the value of his jade, but because he was influenced by the old man's secret technique to lower his guard. For now, Xianxia could not see how much of an effect this mental suggestion had. However, he was finally able to confirm that those who entered the small universe were being influenced by the old man. That said, he wasn't sure about Ascension yet. I know you all have a lot of questions. Let us talk on our trip back. The old man gently raised his hand while speaking, and the two stone lions tethered to the ship in front immediately raised their heads and charged forward with a roar. In an instant, the ship began moving at lightning speed. Xianxia was shocked. Although the two stone lions looked ordinary, he did not expect them to be so fast. No wonder they would be taken in by the old man as steeds to pull his ship. After traveling for a while, the old man spoke. Someone just asked if Seven Wonders Land is one of the 72 paradises. He turned to the burly man and shook his head. Seven Wonders Land is not one of the 72 paradises. Master, what are the 72 paradises? Ascension questioned curiously with her eyes blinking. Other than her, the dignified woman, the boy, and the male monster revealed puzzled expressions. They obviously were clueless about it too. Xianxia followed the crowd and looked at the old man blankly. Perhaps it was because he was returning to his home, but the old man was clearly in a good mood and started explaining. There are countless wondrous places in this vast outer universe, but they can also be divided into many different grades. The strongest great forces occupy the best territories, and the weak ones occupy lower-level places. Although all of you came from different universe worlds, this principle still applies. Among the many territories, the best ones are divided between the 72 paradises and 36 cave heavens. They are the top great forces and can shake the entire outer universe. Oh! Ascension was enlightened. Disciple understands now. The old man continued. If our Seven Wonders Land occupied one of the 72 paradises, we would not be called Seven Wonders Land anymore, but Seven Wonders Paradise. Do you understand? The old man explained to the burly man. The burly man nodded. Many thanks for dispelling my doubts, senior. It's fine. It's not a secret anyway. You will naturally know this if you stay in outer universe for long enough. Xianxia inferred, according to senior, does this mean those top great forces all have cave heaven, or paradise, behind their names? Basically so, but not all. The old man shook his head, for example. Myriad Demons Heaven occupies a cave heaven, but instead of calling itself Myriad Demons Cave Heaven, its name is just Myriad Demons Heaven. Xianxia blinked his eyes. Myriad Demons Heaven. This name sounds like the place where demons gather. Did Mo Shang come from that place? Myriad Demons Heaven must be amazing to be recognized as a cave heaven in this vast outer universe. If they were told that Mo Shang died in the star boundary, he was unsure whether they would avenge the latter or not. But on second, Mo Shang's body was destroyed and he wasted tens of thousands of years scheming to acquire the auspicious spirit essence of the star boundary. If the great force behind him knew his situation, how could they ignore it? At once, Xianxia was relieved. Even if Mo Shang was born in Myriad Demons Heaven definitely did not know about his case. The old man pressed on. However, although our Seven Wonders Land can't compare with those cave heavens and paradises, it can be considered outstanding in the 3,000 worlds. The master of our Seven Wonders Land is Qi Chao Heavenly Monarch, who is proficient in the alchemic Tao. The spirit pills that he refines have a good reputation. Even those cave heavens and paradises request alchemy services from our Seven Wonders Land from time to time. So powerful. Ascension looked shocked. The old man smiled lightly. You will know in the future. This old master only disclosed this because you asked. Yang Kai immediately wanted to ask about open heaven pills, since it was the currency in the outer universe according to Zhang Ruoxi, equivalent to source crystals in the star boundary. Since Qi Chao Heavenly Monarch was proficient in alchemy, he should also be able to refine open heaven pills. When Zhang Ruoxi talked about open heaven pills before, Yang Kai was thinking of trying to get the recipe for himself, but he did not expect to have a clue so soon. However, according to the situation in the outer universe, the pill recipe of open heaven pills was definitely one of the top secrets of any great force, certainly not easy to acquire. Moreover, Yang Kai did not know what kind of great force this Seven Wonders Land was. Judging from this old man's character and behavior, Seven Wonders Land was definitely not a decent force, and he suspected all the old man's previous words were just extravagant boasting. In the following time, whether it was the dignified woman, the naive boy, or the monster race man, all of them asked the questions that they wanted to know. Like Yang Kai, they were led by the old man's summon after leaping out of their own universe world, and were confused about the things here. At least Yang Kai had Zhang Ruoxi to solve his doubts. Although he did not know much, his knowledge about the outer universe was at least better than theirs, except for the burly man who had a senior that left him some information about the outer universe. The journey was long, but the old man answered all their questions, which benefited everyone on the ship greatly. They passed several territory gates during the journey. The so-called territory gates were almost identical to the territory gates that Yang Kai shuttled through before. It worked to transfer people between two places. The outer universe was too vast, so without these connecting territory gates that were scattered all over, it would be extremely difficult to go from one place to another even for those powerful masters, and the time it would take was absolutely unbearable for anyone. But it was a different story with these territory gates. Although it would still take some time, it had greatly improved the efficiency of traveling in general. Yang Kai, who knew the convenience of space arrays, was deeply amazed by this. The reason a territory gate was called a territory gate was because the outer universe was divided into numerous territories of various sizes. Countless great forces coexisted in these territories. Although it was a lonesome journey, everyone communicated with each other apart from with the old man, making for a harmonious atmosphere. The young woman, Ah-sun, who was the liveliest of them all, had already got close with the dignified woman in just a few days. It was only a month later when Ah-sun, who was looking around on the bow of the ship, suddenly spotted something and shouted, "Master, there's something over there." They had traveled across this vast void, and although the surrounding scenery was beautiful, they lost their interest towards it after such a long time. A sudden appearance of something unusual immediately attracted Ah-sun's attention. Yang Kai and the others, who were leaning on the side of the ship, ran to the front when they heard her shouting. At a glance, there was a large cloud in the void from a distance. It was blurry inside, as if some sort of barrier was isolating it, which hindered them from seeing through even with the cultivation they had. The old man smiled lightly. "We're here," Ah-sun asked excitedly. "Is that Seven Wonders Land?" The old man nodded. "Good." Looks of anticipation filled their faces when they heard the old man. Even Yang Kai was no exception. Although he felt that the old man and the Seven Wonders Land was not a righteous power, this was the first great force he came into contact with in the outer universe ever since he jumped out of the star boundary, so it was natural for him to be a little curious about it. More importantly, according to the old man, Qi Chao Heavenly Monarch, the master of Seven Wonders Land, was an alchemy grandmaster. Perhaps he could count on him to obtain the open heaven pill recipe. When the old man's words fell, the two stone lions that were pulling the ship suddenly changed their direction and galloped towards the cloud. After a few hours, they finally came to the edge of the cloud. The old man stood on the bow of the ship and pointed, his fingertips gleaming with a golden light. The next moment, the dense clouds split to both sides on their own, opening a path forward. The stone lions did not change their pace, and continued to charge into the path with the ship behind them, the clouds closing behind them. After penetrating through the vast white world, everyone regained their vision, realizing they were in a new world. Above them were a clear blue sky, below them were clear waters and lush mountains. It was an amazing scenery. Moreover, the world energy was exceptionally rich.
Compared to the cultivation environment that everyone had experienced in the old man's small universe previously, it was just as good, superior even. After all, the previous place was just the old man's small universe, halfway between ethereal and corporeal. Nevertheless, this was a complete world, so it was normal to have some differences between them. Yang Kai sensed the environment quietly. The world principles were perfect and solid, stronger than the star boundaries. If anyone with adequate aptitude cultivated in such an environment, there would be no problem for him to reach the Emperor realm. Master, what's over there? Ah-sun, the one who was most curious, questioned as she pointed in another direction. The old man answered, "You will know in the future." Oh, Ah-sun did not ask further. After more than a month of being together, she learnt that the old man would only answer if he was willing to. Otherwise, no one could force him to say things that he did not wish to disclose. Yang Kai glanced casually at the direction she pointed, and found that it was a land of fiery red mountains and fields, like a large orchard. Many fruit trees were planted there, and there were many people busying themselves tending to them. The orchard was so huge that he could not see its end at a glance. Yang Kai estimated that the orchard occupied 1/3 of this world. Curiosity grew in him. He wondered what spirit fruits were planted there. Given that so many spirit fruits were grown here, the nutrients needed to nurture them would surely not be small in quantity. Where did these nutrients come from, though? In addition to the vast orchard, there were some scattered buildings on the ground below. In general, this place had beautiful and picturesque scenery. The ship descended and soon came to a huge palace. There was already a group of people waiting in front of the palace. The group leader was a young man in blue, his eyes glowing with vigor and his brow sharp, giving him an outstanding air. When the ship landed, the young man immediately shouted, "Welcome back, Venerable." A group of people behind them echoed him with high spirit. A flash of brilliance and the ship turned back into a door, which then disappeared. Everyone landed on the ground, while the 2 stone lions pulling the ship flew away and soon settled on the left and right sides of the palace, turning into 2 motionless lion-like stone mountains. Behind the old man, Yang Kai and the others looked around curiously. The young leader came forward, glanced at Yang Kai and the rest, then smiled lightly. Venerable has found a lot of new blood this time. The old man returned with a smile too. Luck is on our side. You may make arrangements for them. The young man responded respectfully. The old man asked, "Is Heavenly Monarch here?" The young man answered, "Heavenly Monarch departed after receiving a message from someone 6 months ago and has not returned yet." The old man nodded. "Remember to inform me when Heavenly Monarch returns." "Yes." After issuing the order, the old man turned to Yang Kai and the others. "Follow him and he will make arrangements for you." Then he went into the palace. The young man took the lead, and the group of people saw off the old man respectfully. "Just who is my venerable master?" Ah-sun asked curiously. "Master?" The young man looked back at Ah-sun. When Ah-sun pointed at the direction where the old man went, the young man's face instantly darkened. "Where's this little girl from? If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll cut out your tongue." An enormous aura swept in all directions as he bellowed. Ah-sun's pretty face changed drastically, and she stepped back staggeringly. Fortunately, Yang Kai reached out his hand and helped her so that she did not fall to the ground, but her face turned extremely ugly. The faces of Yang Kai and the rest did not look good either. They were not angry about anything, but the young man's aura was so strong that they could barely withstand it. He's not an open heaven realm. Yang Kai had the experience of fighting against great demon god, so he could see that the young man had not reached the open heaven realm, but he should be very close to it. It was probably the half-step open heaven realm cultivation that Zhang Ruoxi once mentioned, which was the existence that condensed the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements in his body. The young man looked at Ah-sun coldly. "Venerable is the venerable protector of our fire spirit land. Reckless little girl, where are you from? How dare you speak like this?" Ah-sun's face flushed. Under the suppression of this man's aura, she could not utter a word, and could only respond with tears rolling in her eyes. The young man snorted coldly. "I'll forgive you this time as you're new here and don't understand the rules. If you dare spout nonsense again, you will be punished harshly. Understood?" Ah-sun nodded bitterly. The young man swept his eyes across Yang Kai,
and the others with both hands folded behind his back. The same goes for all of you.
No matter where you came from, what status or position you had before, since you have come to Fire Spirit Land, you must abide by the rules here. You will have no worries if you follow the rules, but if you don't, your end will be miserable. The male monster cupped his fists and asked, "Sir, may I know what the rules of this Fire Spirit Land are?" The young man announced arrogantly.
The words of this king are the rules. The male monster nodded. Understood. Seeing that the male monster was so sensible, the young man's expression relaxed. This king is not sure if Sir Venerable has told you anything before. It doesn't matter if he hasn't, because I'm going to tell you now. This place is Fire Spirit Land of our Seven Wonders Land. Sir Venerable is the heavens and earth here, so no disobedience to his words will be tolerated. Do you understand? Everyone nodded in acknowledgement. Good. The young man continued. However, Sir Venerable is busy. Therefore, as a disciple of Fire Spirit Land, this king will supervise you during normal times. My surname is Du, while my given name is Ru Feng. If you have any questions in the future, you can inquire from this king. If it is something you should know, this king will tell you. Otherwise, you won't get an answer even if you ask. Since today is your first day in Fire Spirit Land, this king won't say too much. You will understand everything here given some time. You have 3 days to rest.
After 3 days, someone will give you your assignments. After that, the young man waved his hand and a cold-looking middle-aged woman immediately came out from behind and beckoned, "Come with me." Then she soared to the sky. Xianxia and the others exchanged looks and could only follow after her. During the whole conversation, no one dared to ask anything other than the male monster. As for what the old man declared at the beginning about those who wanted to stay could stay, while those who wanted to leave could leave, it was clearly just empty talk. After leading Xianxia and the rest here, he went into the palace and did not show up again. Du Rufeng did not even ask Xianxia and the others if they were willing to stay. Instead, he made all the decisions on his own. However, although Du Rufeng did not disclose too much, Xianxia caught some information. This place was Fire Spirit Land of Seven Wonders Land.
In other words, there should be other places besides Fire Spirit Land. Furthermore, the name of Seven Wonders Land seemed to be related to Yin, Yang, and the Five Elements. Xianxia could not help guessing whether Seven Wonders Land was composed of 7 spirit lands. If so, this place would be interesting. The middle-aged woman, who had a cold and fierce aura, did not talk much. In addition to the pressure from Du Rufeng before, everyone remained silent while following her all the way. No one dared to ask more questions.
However, Xianxia observed secretly and he found that the direction they were going was the location of the huge orchard he had just seen from the sky. The cultivation of this middle-aged woman should also be about the Emperor realm, but he could not see whether she had condensed her Dao seal or not for the time being. An hour later, a vast area of undulating houses appeared in front of them, surrounded by green mountains and clear rivers.
At first sight, the place looked like a land of idyllic beauty. There was a large plaque at the front of the village, with 2 characters engraved on it. Workers' Room.
Xianxia and the others exchanged dry looks. Although they came from different universe worlds, they were not stupid enough to not understand the meaning of the word worker.
They could not help thinking, we were brought to Fire Spirit Land by that venerable to be laborers? Standing in front of the village, the woman took out a bell and rang it gently. The bell jingled, and a man as thin as a bamboo stick flew out of the village.
He did not look old, but his clothes looked oversized and hung loosely on him, which made him seem amusing from a distance.
When he flew closer, the bamboo man cupped his fists. Senior Sister Yao. He glanced across Xianxia and the others with a light smile. These people look unfamiliar. The woman surnamed Yao interjected coldly. They were all brought back by Sir Venerable. The bamboo man responded.
Sir Venerable is back? The woman surnamed Yao nodded gently and pointed at Xianxia and the others as she continued, "These people are handed over to you now. It's not often we have some new people here.
If you complain about the shortage of manpower again, find your own solution." Enough, enough. The bamboo pole man beamed happily. If I, Zhou Zheng, still cannot finish the task after Sir Venerable worked so hard to find these helpers,
I will offer up my head. The woman surnamed Yu snorted coldly, "You better." After speaking, she turned and left. Zhou Zheng shouted at her back, "Senior Sister Yao, are you leaving now?"
Junior brother has just harvested some good quality tea. Would senior sister like to try it? There was no response from her. Seeing the woman surnamed Yao left, Zhou Zhang, who was smiling, rubbed his hands and started to examine Yang Kai and the others excitedly. He introduced himself with a smile. My name is Zhou Zhang, the one in charge of this workers' room. You can call me Manager Zhou. Everyone cupped their fists and greeted in unison. Greetings, Manager Zhou. Zhou Zhang nodded. You all are so blessed.
TSK, really blessed. The burly man frowned. May I know what kind of blessing you are referring to? Although he did not know what they would face next, it was obvious that they would not have a good life in the future being sent to the workers' room. In their respective universe worlds, they were all peak masters, so it was natural for them to feel bitter to be treated this way when they came here. Zhou Zhang laughed. Are you new to the outer universe? Everyone nodded. Then do you know about the open heaven realm? Venerable briefly mentioned it on the way here. That makes things simple. Zhou Zhang grinned like a sneaky thief and continued with both hands folded behind his back. If you want to reach the open heaven realm, you need to open a small universe in your own body by splitting heaven and earth apart. And in order to form said small universe, you must first condense the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements. Do you know why this 7 Wonders Land is called 7 Wonders Land? Without waiting for an answer, Zhou Zhang explained himself. Because our 7 Wonders Land is composed of 7 spirit lands. Now you are in Fire Spirit Land. Other than this, there is Yin Spirit Land, Yang Spirit Land, Metal Spirit Land, Wood Spirit Land, Water Spirit Land, and Earth Spirit Land. Our 7 Wonders Land is a unique existence in the entire outer universe. No other great force has such an advantageous environment. There was a change in the dignified woman's expressions with his words. Does Manager Zhou mean that 7 Wonders Land can meet our needs in condensing the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements? Zhou Zhang answered with a smile. Good. In this way, it will save you from wandering around and looking for resources to condense the necessary elements. In other words, as long as you stay in 7 Wonders Land long enough, you will have the opportunity to be promoted to the open heaven realm. This opportunity is not something that disciples of other forces can obtain. So, don't you think this is your blessing? The male monster was pleasantly surprised and asked, Really? Zhou Zhang cackled. Why should I lie to you? You can go around and ask others. It's not a secret anyway. That's indeed a blessing for us. The male monster was overjoyed. To the side, Asun questioned with her eyes blinking, Is Manager an open heaven realm master now? Zhou Zhang cleared his throat when he heard the question. Not yet, but that is mainly due to my laziness in cultivation. If I worked harder, promoting to open heaven realm won't be a problem. Remember not to procrastinate when you cultivate in the future. Otherwise, you'll end up like me. Good. Let's not talk too much. There will be many opportunities in the future anyway. Follow me. He then turned around and led the way. Yang Kai and the others followed closely. As they entered the village, they saw houses lining the street on either side. Each of the houses seemed to possess some barriers. Some doors were closed with activated barriers, while some doors were open, in front of which some people stood and watched Yang Kai and the others coldly. The owners of these houses were both humans and monsters, all of them with cultivations in the Emperor realm, but there was still a difference in strength among them. After a while, a charming voice called out, Manager Zhou, are these new people? Zhou Zhang looked at the source of the sound with a smile. Yes, Venerable came back and brought us some new blood. Yang Kai and the others also looked to the source of the voice. In front of a house over there, a lithe figure leaned casually on the doorframe. The woman looked indolent and her hair was a little disheveled, as if she had just woken up. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and smiled. That means less work for us in the future. She then turned to greet Yang Kai and the others. This elder sister lives here. If you don't understand anything in the future, just look for me. This elder sister likes to teach beginners. She giggled while speaking. Her voice was euphonious, as if it had infinite attraction to it. No one knew how to answer her, so they pretended they did not hear what she said. They walked all the way to one of the houses with its door closed. Only then did Zhou Zhang stop, turn to look at Yang Kai and the others, and point at the burly man. You'll live here from now on. Zhou Zhang tossed a jade token to the man casually.
This is the access token of this house. You can refine it yourself. You have 3 days to rest, after which this manager will tell you what you need to do. You don't have to think about anything in these 3 days. Just have a good rest." The burly man nodded and held the jade token in his hand, circulating his power to refine it. Zhou Zhang continued to lead the others forward. It was Yang Kai's turn when they arrived at the third ownerless house. Similar to the previous 2 people, Zhou Zhang gave him an access token and asked him to refine it before leading the rest of the people away. Yang Kai was not sure if the house was inhabited before, but there was no trace of a former owner in the token, so it was easy to refine. Yang Kai spent only a stick worth of incense to complete the refinement before waving the jade token in front of the house, opening the barriers, and pushing the door in. There was no unpleasant smell and the facilities in the house were notably simple. It covered an area of only a few dozen square meters and was divided into 2 floors. There were tables and chairs on the lower floor, probably a place to welcome guests. Following the stairs up to the second floor was just a bed and a mattress, which should be a place for him to rest. A spirit array was set up in the house, and Yang Kai could clearly feel that the world energy was being gathered by it, making the environment feel quite comfortable. Such a place would be a cultivation treasure land that everyone competed for in the star boundary. But in Seven Wonders Land, it was only the residence of a worker. It was hard to imagine where the manager, the disciples, and even the venerable protector lived. After activating the barriers, the house was isolated again. While comprehending the various functions of the access token, Yang Kai was thinking about his current situation too. No doubt it was a good thing to be introduced into Seven Wonders Land as he was a newcomer to the outer universe, but he was a little shocked to be a worker as soon as he arrived. Yang Kai couldn't help recalling when he first stepped onto the Martial Dao and joined High Heaven Pavilion how he ended up being a floor sweeper because of his unsatisfactory progress. His current scene reminded him greatly of that time. The only difference was that the power he mastered at that time was by no means comparable to his power now. This time, he had the capital to resist. However, this was someone else's territory after all, and there were open heaven realm masters standing guard. Since his life was not threatened now, Yang Kai was not willing to cause trouble, so he decided to take things one step at a time. In Yang Kai's view, however, the blessing Zhou Zhang mentioned was just an exaggeration. The others had no idea about the secrets of breaking through to the open heaven realm. But Yang Kai was different. It was true that he had to condense the power of Yin, Yang, and 5 elements to be promoted to the open heaven realm, as Zhang Ruoxi told him as much. Furthermore, he had condensed his wood element already, and of the highest order possible. Nevertheless, Zhou Zhang did not mention the most important information, which was the order of the materials here. Perhaps it was true that Seven Wonders Land gathered the power of Yin, Yang, and 5 elements, which was sufficient to meet the requirements of a cultivator to break through to the open heaven realm, but the order of these resources certainly would not be high. Otherwise, there would be countless powerful open heaven realm masters in Seven Wonders Land. From the information Yang Kai now had in his hands, there should not be too many open heaven realm masters in Seven Wonders Land. Otherwise, they would not occupy just a small piece of territory like this, but would be competing to be a part of the 72 paradises and 36 cave heavens. Among these open heaven realm masters, Qi Qiao Heavenly Monarch must be one of them, much like the venerable protector who led them here earlier. As for others, Yang Kai had no way to know. However, to have at least 8 open heaven realm masters assuming command here, although a great force like Seven Wonders Land could not compete with the likes of cave heavens and paradises, it was overall not too bad in the outer universe. When Yang Kai first arrived here, what he saw and heard gave him a rough understanding of Seven Wonders Land's strength, and now, as a worker of Seven Wonders Land Fire Spirit Land, he did not know what kind of future awaited him in 3 days. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai walked out of his room and towards a house on the left. Yang Kai recalled that this house was occupied by a young man. Now that he had nothing to do, he decided to use the time to gather information. He needed to know what exactly a worker was supposed to do here. But judging from Zhou Zhang's attitude today, it was obviously not going to be a difficult task even if it required some hard work. The houses here were not densely built, with each one being separated from each other by several tens of meters. Yang Kai reached the front of the neighboring house with just a few strides to see that the barriers were deactivated. The door was closed, so Yang Kai raised his hand and knocked on the door. After waiting for a while, the door opened.
The young man who greeted him earlier stood by the door and looked at Yang Kai indifferently. What? Yang Kai cupped his fists and started, "This friend, please enlighten this little brother. I'm new here and I don't know anything about this place, so I thought, get out." The young man slammed the door shut without waiting for Yang Kai to finish. Yang Kai rubbed his nose, speechless. There was nothing he could do if others did not want to disclose any information. He contemplated for a moment and decided to move on to the next house. The owner of the second house, a warm and hospitable, if a somewhat short elderly man, welcomed Yang Kai into the house. Yang Kai repeated the same request he did not manage to finish earlier, and the elderly man looked at him with a smile while examining him up and down. "Where does little friend come from?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "My homeland is remote and unknown. I don't even know what to call it." The old man continued to ask him, "Does little friend have a gift for this old master?" Yang Kai blinked, almost thinking he must have heard wrongly, and asked surprisedly, "What did old sir say?" The old man smiled and explained, "Little friend wants information and this old master is willing to give it, but you can't let this old master tell you in vain, can you? Some compensation is due, wouldn't you say?" Only then did Yang Kai understand that he was seeking some profit. He indeed possessed quite a few treasures: the azure dragon spear, sealed world bead, and numerous others. Even in the outer universe, such things would still be coveted by many people, but it was also impossible to give away these things, and his other possessions were of little value. Moreover, Yang Kai found it difficult to accept that payment was needed for just answering a few general questions. Without another word, he gave a small smile, got up, and cupped his fists to leave. The old man did not stop him. After 2 failures, Yang Kai discarded any thoughts of asking others. In any case, he would get his answer after 3 days. Back at his own residence, Yang Kai took out a space beacon and tried to reach out to Zhang Ruoxi again, but to no avail. Resigning himself, he decided to settle down to adjust his breathing. Now that he had condensed the wood element, his next target was the fire element. It could be fate, or it could just be a coincidence, but he was incidentally brought to Seven Wonders Land's Fire Spirit Land. The catch was, he just did not know if there were suitable resources in Fire Spirit Land. Unconsciously, a day has passed. The loud crowing of a rooster announced that it was dawn. Yang Kai opened his eyes with a look of surprise. He had not heard such a sound for many decades, because the rooster morning call was something that could only be heard in some ordinary commoner families. At first, he thought it was an illusion, but when he listened again, he confirmed it was indeed the sound of a rooster crowing. Confused, Yang Kai walked down from his bedroom on the 2nd floor, deactivated the barriers, pushed the door, and looked out. It was dark outside, but it was notably lively. The workers of Fire Spirit Land walked out of their houses, some in groups, some of them alone, and turned into streams of light rushing into the distance, disappearing somewhere unknown. In the very center of the village, a golden rooster as tall as a man's waist hovered in midair, radiating golden rays like a small sun as it raised its head to crow again. The crow came from this golden rooster. Yang Kai looked at it in amazement. He could sense that this golden rooster was a monster beast of a unique bloodline, and it seemed quite strong. Yang Kai wondered who raised it. In just 3 crows, more than half of the village was emptied, at least hundreds of people had left. Yang Kai found it intriguing and thought to himself, do the workers here need the rooster to wake them before they go out to work? As he thought about it, the golden rooster turned to look at him. Although it was just a rooster, it had an arrogant look that made Yang Kai wonder if he should be laughing. The next moment, the golden rooster flapped its wings and flew straight towards Yang Kai and landed in front of him. Yang Kai's eyes met with its glaring eyes with surprise. He wondered what about himself had attracted this golden rooster. However, it was his first time meeting this type of beast, so Yang Kai could not help feeling a little curious. He reached out and wanted to touch it, but just as he reached out, the golden rooster extended its neck and pecked with its sharp beak. Yang Kai's quick reflexes would not allow himself to be hit so easily, so he instantly withdrew his hand and chuckled, "You're quite the hot-tempered one. Oh, oh, oh." The golden rooster was apparently offended and flapped its wings violently, every golden feather on its body standing on end. "Stop crowing. There's nothing to crow about." Yang Kai glared at it. The golden rooster was even more aggravated, and continued flapping its wings, which stirred up a violent wind. This chubby figure jumped up and down in anger.
Yang Kai was flabbergasted, but seeing that the rooster was starting to cause a commotion, he stretched out his hand, grabbed its neck, and threatened with a low voice, "Stop crowing or I will slaughter you for soup." It immediately fell silent, and the golden rooster's eyes widened in disbelief.
Yang Kai looked at it up and down and continued maliciously, "I've never seen a chicken like you before. The soup you make will surely be tasty. And then you'll be dead." A coquettish voice floated towards him. Yang Kai looked up and saw a graceful figure walking towards him. It was the woman who was talking to Zhou Zheng on the way over yesterday.
He did not take a close look yesterday, but now he had the chance. The woman seemed to be in her early 20s and her demeanor was just as indolent as yesterday. Her eyes seemingly perpetually sleepy, like she was severely overworked. She yawned as she walked over, but her little red lips were as alluring as ever.
Yang Kai smiled at her. "Is this your chicken?" The woman covered her mouth and laughed lightly. "Don't talk nonsense." The exhausted beauty frowned lightly. "Let go of it now.
Nothing good will come out of it if someone sees you holding Ruler of the Dawn Great General." Ruler of the Dawn Great General? Astonished, Yang Kai looked down at the motionless golden rooster, whose neck was still in his grip. This chicken even has such an imposing name. The woman pressed on frustratedly. Ruler of the Dawn is Venerable's pet. Ah. Only then did Yang Kai understand that this golden rooster had a serious backer. In this fire spirit land, Venerable was the heavens and earth. He held all the authority, so even his pet, that was just a golden rooster that crowed in the morning, should not be provoked. With an awkward laugh, Yang Kai released his grip, and Ruler of the Dawn Great General immediately rushed and hid behind the woman. But its fat bottom was barely hidden at all. It stuck its head out from behind the woman and crowed at Yang Kai angrily.
Yang Kai naturally did not understand, but he could tell it was probably scolding him. "It was just a little joke, don't get so worked up." Yang Kai shrugged. Ruler of the Dawn Great General ignored him, and probably because it had someone to protect it now, its crows became increasingly fierce.
All right, Great General. Calm down. I'll give you some treats." The woman chuckled and flipped her little hand, summoning a fiery red, crystal clear worm. It looked like it was carved from fire jade, and although it was only about a palm's length, it exuded a scorching aura. The long worm was a living creature, but it was unable to move due to the restriction placed on it by the woman. Ruler of the Dawn, who was angry at Yang Kai, saw the worm and immediately became energetic. It quickly stretched its neck, pecked the worm, and swallowed it with a look of satisfaction on its face. The woman patted Ruler of the Dawn Great General's head and tidied up its golden feathers, chuckling. "The jade fire silkworm is Great General's favorite food. Bring some back if you ever encounter some." "Where can I find them?" Yang Kai asked. "In the orchard. Although it's hard to find, there are always some." "Oh, I almost forgot. You're new here, so you don't know anything about it. Please enlighten me, elder sister." It was rare to have such an opportunity, so naturally Yang Kai would not let it go to waste. This woman should be different from the other two people he asked yesterday. She looked notably warm-hearted, otherwise she would not have warned him about Ruler of the Dawn Great General. "If elder sister is all right with it, please come in. You want to talk inside?" The woman looked at Yang Kai teasingly with a meaningful expression on her face. Yang Kai replied sternly, "I just arrived here and I don't understand anything. I just want to ask elder sister to help clarify my doubts." "Okay. I'm bored anyway." The woman nodded, then turned to the golden rooster. "Great General, go along now. I'll talk to him." Ruler of the Dawn Great General responded by crowing a few times, and the woman covered her mouth as she laughed. "Okay, I'll tell him." She turned to look at Yang Kai and explained. Great General said, "He should be reporting you to Venerable for offending him today. So you can be punished severely to serve as a warning, but since you are a newcomer and are not aware of his status, the kind-hearted and generous Great General will not be harsh with you. But it is necessary to give you a small punishment, and the punishment is—" She looked at Ruler of the Dawn Great General again, that crowed a few times again, and then continued to bring him 5 jade fire silkworms within a month. Yang Kai expected it to be something much more difficult. But when he heard it was just to capture 5 jade fire silkworms, he wanted to burst into laughter badly, but he still cupped his fists with a solemn face. "Many thanks for your magnanimity, Great General."
I will definitely come back with 5 jade fire silkworms for you. After receiving assurance and a sincere apology from Yang Kai, ruler of the Dawn, great general departed proudly like a lord. Yang Kai invited the woman into the house and offered her a seat. There was nothing for him to serve her, but the woman did not seem to care about such pleasantries. As they introduced themselves, Yang Kai learned that the woman's name was Dieu. After a short chat, Yang Kai went straight to the point. Sister Dieu, may I know what the workers in the workers' room do every day? Dieu reclined on the chair lazily, her graceful curves outlined by her close-fitting clothes, and laughed lightly before replying, what else can workers do? Of course, it's the work of workers. To be specific, it's to take care of the fire spirit fruit trees. Where are the fruit trees? Dieu casually pointed in a direction. There is an orchard over there. Everyone in the workers' room works there. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Is this fire spirit fruit a material for refining open heaven pills? Dieu glanced at him with a surprised look. It seems that you're not entirely clueless. Yang Kai explained. Venerable mentioned a bit about it when we followed him back here. Dieu nodded. You're better off than me then. I was totally clueless when I first came here. As if she was recalling something, a hint of reminiscence flitted in her eyes, but she clearly did not want to talk more about it and thus changed the topic. Good. The fire spirit fruit is indeed one of the herbs for refining open heaven pills. In addition, there are 6 other spirit fruits which are all planted in 7 Wonders Land. Yang Kai raised his brow at that. In other words, the situation of the other 6 spirit lands is not far from that of fire spirit land. They all have their own orchards and a worker's room. Yes. Dieu nodded. If not, how can there be so many materials for Heavenly Monarch to refine the spirit pills? Open heaven pills refined by Heavenly Monarch are the main industry of 7 Wonders Land. Yang Kai's heart was pumping rapidly when he heard this. He did not expect to get in touch with all kinds of things related to open heaven pills just when he arrived in the outer universe, and it was absolutely excellent for his plan to get the recipe of the open heavens pill. Initially, he was a little unwilling to be a worker, but now he was looking forward to it after learning that the work that he had to do was to take care of these fire spirit fruit trees. He wondered what the fire spirit fruit trees looked like. If it's convenient for Sister Dieu, can you tell me the details of taking care of the fire spirit fruit trees? Dieu raised her eyes and looked at him before grinning. I didn't think you would be so interested in such things that you would ask about it before you even started working. Yang Kai chuckled. There's no harm in being informed. Dieu grinned. What's in it for me? That sounded familiar. Yang Kai looked at her. What benefits do you want? He patted his chest as he continued. I have nothing but this body. If you are interested in it, how about I spend 3 days with you? Dieu covered her mouth and giggled. Forget it. Then she shrugged her shoulders. But my shoulders have been a bit stiff lately. With a flicker, Yang Kai came behind her, put his hands on her shoulders and kneaded gently. Dieu was extremely elated. Little brat, you're quite quick. Not bad, not bad. While praising, she guided Yang Kai to massage with her preferred pressure. Yang Kai followed her lead and quietly surged his strength, applying pressure through his fingertips. Dieu's face immediately melted in pleasure as her eyelids closed slowly, her face looking sleepier and lazier. After a long time, while her eyes remained closed, Dieu suddenly opened her mouth. Taking care of fire spirit fruit trees requires a lot of attention. There are certain restrictions on how often to water, how much to water, how often to fertilize, how much to fertilize, how often to extract the chi from the earth vein, and how to extract. No more, no less. As for the pests, you've seen the jade fire silkworm before. Fire spirit fruit trees are most prone to having such pests. However, in appropriate quantities, these pests have certain benefits on the maturation of fire spirit fruits, so they can't be eliminated completely. We need to keep a certain number to maintain a balance. It's hard to explain in just a few words. You'll only master them with more hands-on experience. Behind her, Yang Kai nodded furiously and sighed. I didn't expect there to be so many things to pay attention to in taking care of these fruit trees. How long has Sister Dieu been here? What do you think? No idea. But it seems that you have been here for some time. 1,000 years. Dieu smiled wryly. 1,000 years ago, I first leapt out of my universe world and was brought here,
and here I've stayed for 1,000 years. That's really a long time. Xianxia was aware that she had remained in this worker's room for 1,000 years.
Although he had no idea what DAU's cultivation was 1,000 years ago, by the look of her now, it seemed that her strength did not increase much. So, if you have a chance, you better leave this worker's room because this place has no future. How does one leave? If you do well and are appreciated by the superiors, you would have a chance to leave, but these opportunities are rare. Furthermore,
you don't need to consider this now. Just try to learn the work first. While talking, she raised her eyelids and glared at Xianxia with her beautiful eyes. Xianxia chuckled, withdrew his hands slightly, back towards her shoulders, and continued to massage. Diayu closed her eyelids again and continued, "You're new here, so Zhou will arrange a suitable place for you. Don't fall for that smiling face he puts on all day, though. The truth is he is a ruthless and greedy man. You'll understand in the future. Also, you must remember that the spirit fruits on each fire spirit fruit tree are recorded. If one goes bad, you must inform the supervisors immediately. Don't ever think about stealing it for yourself. Otherwise, no one can protect you." Xianxia nodded solemnly. "I will remember." After pondering for a while, he asked, "Are we paid for our work?" "Yes." "Really?" Xianxia was surprised. He had only asked casually, but he did not expect such an answer. Diayu sneered. 3 open heaven pills every year. 3. Xianxia blinked his eyes. He had never seen an open heaven pill before, so he did not know how effective it was or what kind of significance 3 pills had, but judging from Diayu's look, it should be a pitifully small number. Xianxia quickly asked without really calculating, "Elder Sister Diayu, haven't you saved 3,000 open heaven pills then? Who's your elder sister?" Diayu was a little upset. "Little sister Diayu? How old are you?" Diayu hissed. Xianxia stayed quiet. Diayu sneered. "Forget it. Since you called me elder sister, this elder sister will take care of you in the future. If you have any questions, come and ask me when I'm free." "Many thanks, elder sister. You're a sweet talker." Diayu curled her lip. "As workers, we depart for work every day when the rooster crows, and we get 3 days of rest every month. There is a market in the middle of 7 Wonders Land, and there are many good things for sale there. When this elder sister is free, I will take you exploring. And call me by at time." Xianxia nodded. After asking more questions about 7 Wonders Land and fire spirit fruit trees, only then did Diayu pat the back of Xianxia's hand. "All right, that's it for today. You are new here, so be careful in everything you do. Don't get into trouble." Noted, Xianxia withdrew his hands. "I'm off to have a rest. I'm so tired." Diayu did not even look back. She just waved her hand, pushed the door out, and her slender and lithe body swayed with her footsteps. Someone came in just after Diayu departed, staring at Diayu's back with interest. Xianxia smiled. "What's up, Sister Asun? Do you know that person?" Asun was curious. "We just met." Asun revealed a suspicious look. "How can you two talk for so long when you two just met?" Finding it funny and embarrassing at the same time, Xianxia questioned, "Young lady, were you watching me?" "No, I just found out some information. Since we came here together, I just wanted to inform you about it." Xianxia snapped his fingers. "I happen to know something too." Hearing this, Asun's eyes brightened. "Shall we exchange information?" "Sure." 3 days flew by, and during these 3 days, Xianxia did not stay idle in the house all the time. Instead, he went out for a walk. However, there was nothing special in the village where the workers lived, and nothing great was discovered after wandering around. Initially, he wanted to visit the orchard, but when he arrived at the place, he found that it was enveloped with a barrier, and he could not enter without a token, so he could only give up his plan. Xianxia met many people from different universe worlds, but he didn't get close to any of them yet, much less build a close friendship with them. Every time Asun acquired some information, however, she would come and share it with Xianxia. She was actually quite kind-hearted. Nevertheless, the other people who came with them shut themselves in their own houses. It was uncertain what they were afraid of. In the early morning of the 3rd day, as the golden rooster announced the break of dawn, Xianxia pushed his door out. Numerous figures outside the house turned into all kinds of streams of light, rushing towards the orchard. Yang Kai also hurried to keep up, but before he flew too far, a sun called him from behind. Yang Kai slowed down a little and kept pace with her when she caught up, chatting along the way. It could be seen that Asun was a little nervous. Perhaps because of going to a new environment, this little girl's mood was a bit affected. Yang Kai casually said a few comforting words to her. In about half an hour, they finally arrived at their destination. Several figures were waiting outside the light barrier. Other than Zhou Zhang, the manager of the workers' room, the remaining people were Yang Kai and all the other newcomers who were brought here together by the Venerable. Seeing that Yang Kai and Asun were late, Zhou Zhang was a little annoyed and warned them, "Be punctual next time." Yang Kai and Asun nodded repeatedly. As soon as Zhou Zhang turned around and waved the token in his hand, the barrier opened up a gap, and the group of people immediately rushed in. As soon as they entered the orchard, a scorching hot aura surged towards their faces. The world was filled with strong fire energy, which was so scorching hot that everyone could not help pushing their strength to resist it. A sudden realization dawned on Yang Kai. Previously, he wondered why an ordinary land like this was called Fire Spirit Land. Now that he stepped into the orchard, he understood that this place was named as such because of the particular environment of the orchard. It was indeed matching with the name of Fire Spirit Land.